Can please everyone take a seat, please? Can please everyone be seated?
EPP difference protects this beautiful idea of a party of people and for the people. We are governing among people for the people.
normally I always speak in all formats of EPP in English. Today, let me speak in German, if this is okay for you, because to be in Munich, in my home region, please allow me to speak in English. Please use the headphones for the translation. Ich heiße Sie und euch ganz herzlich willkommen und möchte zunächst Dankeschön sagen für die tolle Beteiligung, die wir haben. Ihr wisst, wir haben vor einem Jahr mit der neuen Parteiführung entschieden, dass wir die Political Assemblies öffnen wollen, dass wir nach draußen wollen, aus den Brüsseler Räumen rausgehen, an die Basis, dort, wo wir Menschen erreichen, wo wir Wahlen gewinnen müssen. Und es hat super funktioniert in Lissabon mit unserem ersten Auftakt, es hat super funktioniert in Helsinki und heute sind wir in München. Ich bin dankbar dafür, weil wir damit auch in meiner Heimatregion sind. Ihr wisst, ich bin Bayer, ich bin Deutscher und deswegen freue ich mich, dass wir heute hier sind. Und die Teilnahme von 240 Delegierten, mehr als wir die letzten Jahre jemals hatten, zeigt, dass dieses Rausgehen überzeugt, dass das von der EVP angenommen wird.
That the EPP
Herzliches
has
Danke
accepted that, so
und
thank you very
herzliches
much
Willkommen in
and
München.
welcome here in Munich.
Wir haben uns drei Schwerpunkte vorgenommen
We
für
have
diese zwei
three
Tage.
priorities
Der
for
erste
these
Schwerpunkt
2
ist,
days.
dass wir
The first one
organisatorisch
is
arbeiten.
that we want to
Morgen
work on organization tomorrow at the end of our political assembly to clarify the technical questions to become more operational. The second priority is we want to work on program with the panels that we have planned this time with innovation. Maria Gabriel is our commissioner who is going to introduce this and moderate this. We're going to talk about rural areas where we express the concerns of the rural areas and also talk about regions in Europe overall. I'm pleased that Olga is there for the Committee of Regions, who is our voice there, and we're going to talk about agriculture, about our farmers. We, as the European People's Party, is the party of the farmers of Europe, and the farmers can be sure that we're standing by their side. These are the three priorities, the three focus areas, and we're going to start today, this afternoon, by looking at the country we are in, Germany. And I'm pleased that our two party chairmen for our two German member parties, CDU and CSU, are our guests here today. And for my party, for the CSU, I would like to say that we have the privilege over the past 70 years of being formative here in Bavaria, getting a mandate from the people to be the voice of Bavaria. And I think this idea, the idea that we symbolize the CSU as a people's party, shows that we get this confidence sustainably. To connect our home and our future was always our DNA, has always distinguished us. Innovation, being modern, but also be anchored, having roots. This is what is typical about the CSU. CSU on Saturday is going to decide a new program, a base program where we define our values, our fundamental values, to be a Christian party, a social party, a liberal party, a conservative party, and at the same time a European party. In the spirit of Franz Josef Strauss, who was one of the great personalities of the CSU, and Theo Weigel, the founder of the Euro, together with Helmut Kohl, who symbolized this European party, CSU. This has distinguished us over the decades and made us so popular. You know, there will be elections again for the CSU on the 8th of October. The Bavarian Landtag will be re-elected, and I'm particularly pleased that we have the Minister-President of Bavaria and Markus Söder here, who is now the front man and convinces the Bavarians, and this success story will be continued in the future. Markus, it's great to be here in Munich. It's great that you are here with us. Now, dear friends of the EPP, we are the guest of the largest country of the European Union in Germany, and 2020, of course, was a defeat for us as a union in Germany, We no longer supply the Chancellor of the Republic, although we had a great result with Angela Merkel, although we kept Europe together. And I must say that there are some parts that we only have ourselves to blame. But on that background, the recent months, under the leadership of the new leader of the party, with the Union in Berlin as a group and CDU as a party, showed their colors, found their role very quickly. CDU, for instance, to tell you here, my friends, we've led the Ukraine debate in Germany, supplying weapons by Friedrich Merz. He was the first one to go to Kiev, not the Chancellor. The Union led this debate, which was historically necessary in the times we're in. The CDU-CSU group nevertheless accepted responsibility. We accepted 100 billion euros for the German army. So take responsibility and play the role as an opposition party. And now the program needs to be renewed. What do we defend? What is our offer for the next elections to the German Parliament? And this course led by Friedrich Merz means that at regional level, Schleswig-Holstein, even in Berlin, in the capital, we now have a CDU mayor where we take responsibility, and that means that the union has become stronger in Germany. So that's a strong symbol that the union in Germany is back. We are here to stay, that we tell the people that under our leadership, CDU-CSU, with the CDU Chancellor, Germany is doing better than with the current government. So this is what happened politically, and that's why I'm so pleased that he's here, the head of the CDU, the largest member party of the EPP, Friedrich Merz. Thank you for taking the time and join us here. I see many other friends from CDU, CDU, David McAllister, our vice president and representative of the CDU, Angelika Niebler, Daniel Kaspari. I don't know if he's there already for CDU. Welcome. And that we as Germans together can welcome you here in Munich. I only want to mention two political things in my welcome. The first thing, about a year ago, the Congress was held in Rotterdam, the party Congress, and we were not in the best situation, not in the strongest situation. The EPP had difficulties, had deficits, was in a defensive. How do we stand there today? The party, dear friends, the whole north of Europe, Ireland, with Leo Varadkar, Sweden with Ulf Kristersson, Finland with Petri Orpo, Lithuania with Kristianis Karins, and in Latvia, no, the other way around, and in Latvia with Kristianis Karins. The EPP is in government. Only Iceland is in liberal hands, otherwise the whole north is in the hands of the EPP. Over the recent months we won many important elections, and I'm proud. Out of 9 heads of state and government, we're improved to 11, and this year we'll have a number of elections where we can win. Dear friends, the EPP is back, and my respect to the last winner, our Finnish friends of Kokoomus, and Petri Orpo will be the next Finnish Prime Minister. Congratulations. The EPP is back. We are back. So I mentioned that now there are some very important elections ahead in 2024 in Greece, where Kyriakos Mitsotakis will need all our luck. Mitsotakis is fighting against the old Tsipras, who is back as a candidate, who wants to have that guy seriously in Greece. We need the voice of the EPP. There will be elections in Slovakia. Edward Heger will be our guest tomorrow, where we fight against the corrupt and pro-Russian Fico, to put Slovakia on a pro-European course. In Luxembourg there will be elections where our friends had a great candidate, where we have a chance of coming back to the times of Jean-Claude Juncker. We are leading in front of Bettel in Luxembourg. There are some other two big elections. I'm not going to mention them all. In October in Poland, where Donald Tusk is the one who says we want to put Poland on a pro-European course and fight the populists of PiS. And at the end of the year there will be elections of Spain, where we need need to replace Sanchez and have an economically oriented, smart candidate with Alberto Núñez Feijóo, who has shown in his region how you can do politics as a Spanish Prime Minister. We're on the right side of history. We lead Europe in the right direction, and this year we're going to have good election results. I wish all candidates a lot of success. So this is what is our strategic focus, which will lead us to a big group in the European Parliament at the next European elections. The next thing, the programs and the contents, where today we dominate the future of Europe. A few weeks ago in the European Parliament, we talked about ETS and voted on ETS, the core legislation on climate neutrality in Europe, where we were the formative, where we created the future and not the Greens or the left. Dear friends, in other areas, in artificial intelligence, we have decided legislation which is important for the future. In geopolitical questions, we were leading. Roberta Metsola was the first one going to Kiev and shown solidarity. Ursula von der Leyen went to China, is going to China, and shows what we represented, our geopolitical positioning, where I feel very well in this positioning. And because I see my French friends, it's a sad sign that Emmanuel Macron came back from China and refuses to support Taiwan and damages the transatlantic partnership. Dear friends, we as EPP support every country that is in favor of democracy and freedom, and we're supporting the transatlantic partnership. That is what is important for us. But in the coming weeks and months, as the European People's Party, we need to show profile. Not only be part of compromises, but we need to show our colors. And you know, with the draft for tomorrow, agriculture is a subject that's very dear to me. We need to show that rural areas, that agricultural policy, that farmers feel at home in our party. And dear friends, I very often hear you are not modern enough for all the changes coming up. We don't need any lessons from anyone. We want an ecological agriculture, we want healthy food, we want to combine that with nature protection. That's perfectly clear. But dear friends, if today we're in a situation that Europe is reducing the production of food, then we need to ask ourselves whether we should not make a contribution to supply food to the world. Make sure that Egypt can feed its citizens. This inward-looking, this selfish behavior needs to stop, and that's why our core message needs to be: we want a modern agricultural policy, we support our farmers, we listen to them, we respect them, and we do not act ideologically like the Greens and the left. That's important to me that we emphasize this as the European People's Party. And that's tomorrow. We're going to decide a moratorium for new legislation. Let our farmers work. Let them produce healthy food in moratorium as the European People's Party. And finally, in 2024, we need to work a lot to decide on the future of Europe. Welfare, competitiveness, defense, security, identity. We need to become Europeans so that we can play a role together in the world of tomorrow, and our values, the Christian values, as a Christian party of Europe. That's ahead of us. So our program is full. We have the time to discuss all this. So welcome again. And now I'd like to give the floor to the head of the Christian Democratic Union Party. Welcome in Munich. Mr. Merz. Dear Manfred Weber, dear friends of the European People's Party, dear Markus Söder, dear colleagues from the European Union, I'm very pleased that we have organized this political assembly this year in Munich and spent some time here together, and that so many friends from the member states of the European Union and beyond have joined us here, all members of the European People's Party, and welcome you here in Munich. We come together at a time which is very challenging, very interesting for the world we are living in. Couldn't be more interesting.
muss
I
darauf zu sprechen kommen,
need to mention
dass wir
this,
unverändert
that still
einer großen Herausforderung
we are confronted with
Frieden
a
und
big
Freiheit
challenge in
in Europa
terms of peace and freedom
konfrontiert
in
sind.
Europe, still challenged
Der
by
Krieg
this.
in der Ukraine,
The war in
der
Ukraine,
russische
the
Angriffskrieg,
Russian
ist
aggression
nach wie vor
is
größte
still the
Herausforderung,
biggest
vor der
challenge
diese Europäische
that
Union
the European
steht.
Union is confronted with.
Ich will mich deshalb bedanken bei
Therefore, I would like to thank
Ihnen, die in
you,
den nationalen Parlamenten
you
auch,
who
aber
in the
auch im
national
Europäischen
parliaments, but
Parlament
also in the European
dafür
Parliament,
Sorge getragen
you have
haben,
made
dass
sure
wir hier eine sehr weitgehende
that
gemeinsame
we
Haltung
have a
eingenommen
common
haben,
position, we have
auch zu
adopted a
einem sehr
broad
frühen
common
Zeitpunkt
position at a very early
gegenüber
stage
Russland
towards Russia
und für die
and in favor of Ukraine.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, das ist
Dear friends,
Gründungsgeschichte.
this is the history of the foundation of the European
Diese
Union.
Europäische Union
This
ist
European
gegründet
Union
worden
was founded
nach zwei
after two
verheerenden Weltkriegen
terrible world wars
im letzten Jahrhundert.
in the last
Die
century.
Gründungsdokumente der
The
Europäischen
founding
Union,
documents of the European
Europäische
Union,
Gemeinschaft für Kohle und Stahl,
the European Community for Coal and Steel, Euratom, the European Economic Community, everything coming after that,
in erster Linie
were not
das Signal,
mainly carrying a signal for economic cooperation, but everything that was agreed
in
then
den Gründungsdokumenten
in the
dieser
founding
Europäischen Union
documents
bis
of
heute
this European
nachzulesen.
Union, and you can still read it
Feste
today,
Verpflichtung
is
Europas
the firm obligation
Frieden
of
und
Europe
Freiheit
for peace and
und auf
freedom
friedliche
and
Lösung
for
aller
peaceful
Konflikte
solution of any
auf diesem
conflict
an Konflikten so
on
reichen
this
europäischen
continent that has seen so many conflicts.
Und deshalb geht es
And
vermutlich
therefore,
vielen von Ihnen genau
many of
so
you
wie
will
mir.
feel the same way
Wir
I
konnten
do.
uns einfach nicht mehr
We
vorstellen,
could no longer
dass
imagine
einmal ein Krieg mitten in
that
Europa.
a war would break out
diese
right in
Illusion
the middle of Europe and shatter that illusion.
Wir müssen mit diesem Krieg umgehen.
We
Wir
need
müssen
to handle
mit der
this
Tatsache
war. We
umgehen,
need
dass
to
wir
handle
einen
the fact
solchen Konflikt
that
in Europa
this
haben.
conflict is now
Deshalb
there
Dank an die
in
Europäische
Europe, and I would like to
Volkspartei,
thank
Dank
the
an
European People's
Manfred
Party. I would
Weber
like to
und auch
thank
die
Manfred Weber
parlamentarische
and
Gruppe im
also the
Europäischen Parlament,
group
eine
in the European
EVP-Fraktion,
Parliament, the
dass
EPP
wir hier
group,
so stark und klar
that
gemeinsam
we
an der Seite der Ukraine
are standing on the side of the
gestanden haben. Und wenn ich das richtig
Ukrainians
weiß,
so
ist eine
strongly and so firmly.
Delegation auch aus
And
der
if I'm
Ukraine
well informed that we
heute
have a
hier.
Ukrainian delegation
Ihnen
with us here
gilt
today,
unser ganz
we would
besonders
like to
herzliches Willkommen
welcome you,
in Deutschland.
particularly
Und ich
here
füge
in
hinzu,
Germany, and I
am
might add,
übernächsten Sonntag
in 2 weeks'
wird der
time on Sunday,
Präsident der
the
Ukraine
President of
den
Ukraine
Karlspreis in
will be
Aachen
awarded the
verliehen bekommen. Es gäbe
Karlspreis in
keinen, der ihn
Aachen.
mehr verdient hätte
Nobody
in
else
diesen schweren Zeiten
deserves that
als
prize
Präsident
more than
Zelensky aus
President Zelensky from Kiev.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, die
Dear friends,
Bewahrung von Frieden und Freiheit wird
maintaining
auch in den
peace
nächsten Jahren und
and
Jahrzehnten
freedom will remain
das große Projekt
the big
Europas
project of
bleiben.
Europe in the coming
Und
decades,
zwar nicht nur im
and
physischen
not
Sinne,
only
die
physically
Bewahrung des Friedens, sondern
preserving peace,
auch die Bewahrung
but
der
also
Freiheit,
preserving
der
freedom,
Meinungsfreiheit, der
freedom of
Offenheit
opinion,
der
openness,
liberalen Gesellschaft.
a liberal
Lassen Sie
society.
mich das so offen und
And let
klar
me say this
ansprechen.
very openly and
Wie
very
es ist.
clearly, as
Die
things are,
Gefährdung von Meinungsfreiheit,
the danger
Gefährdung
for
unserer
the
Liberalität,
freedom of
die
expression
Gefährdung
of our liberal
auch
values, of
eines offenen
an open
Dialogs
dialogue.
kommt nicht
The
nur
danger
von außen.
It does not only come from
kommt auch
outside.
von
The
innen.
danger also
Sie
comes from
kommt auch von
inside,
Mitgliedstaaten
from
innerhalb der
member
Europäischen
states
Union.
inside the
Und
European
deswegen
Union.
liegt es vor allem
And
an uns,
that's
an
why
den
it's up to us,
Christdemokraten,
the Christian
an der
Democrats,
Europäischen Volkspartei,
the European People's Party. It's up to
jederzeit und
us
überall dafür einzutreten,
to
dass
make sure
Pressefreiheit,
all the time,
Meinungsfreiheit,
everywhere, that
Bürgerrechte an
the
keiner
freedom of the
Stelle
press,
in dieser Europäischen
freedom of
Union
opinion
zur Disposition
is
gestellt
never
werden
made
dürfen.
at the
Und
disposal of
jeder, der
anybody
es
else,
tut
never
und
being
versucht,
attacked.
muss
All
auf
those
den
who try to
klaren
do that
Widerspruch und
needs to
Widerstand
count
der
on a
Europäischen
very
Volkspartei
clear
ganz
opposition of the
besonders
European
stoßen.
People's Party.
Liebe Freundinnen,
Dear friends,
jenseits dieser
now beyond
großen
these
Herausforderungen
big challenges,
stehen wir natürlich auch vor einer
we are
ganzen
also
Reihe
confronted
von
with a
größeren
number
Problemen
of
in dieser Europäischen
some major
Union, die wir
problems
gemeinsam
in the European
angehen
Union
müssen. Lassen
that
Sie
we
mich
need to
zunächst
tackle
etwas
together. We
aus der Sicht
first
der Europäischen Union
talk
sagen.
about say
haben
something
uns
from the point of view of the
vor
European
über 20
Union.
Jahren
For more than 20 years ago, we planned,
Diese Europäischen
we
Union
decided to turn this
den
European Union
wettbewerbsfähigsten,
into the most
wissensbasierten
competitive,
Raum
knowledge-based
Europas zu machen. Wir
area
haben
in
das
Europe.
Lissabon-Strategie
We
genannt.
called that the Lisbon
Und dieses
Strategy.
Ziel wollten wir gemeinsam im
And
Jahr
this aim
2010
we
bereits
wanted to achieve
erreicht
in
haben.
2010.
Ich
ambitiously. I cannot spare you. We did not only achieve this game, we also had some defeats. Let me give you two figures. 20 years ago, a quarter, 25% of the wealth of the world was created in Europe. Now only 16%. In the same time, the share of China went from 8% to 27% wealth creation. And you can also see that in the companies in Europe. Out of the 500 most successful companies in Europe, 20 years ago, about a third were on this continent, in Europe. Today, it's only half. At the same time, the share of China among the 5 most successful companies in the world went from 3% to 28%. Dear friends, we, from the most competitive region in the world, well, we're far away from that aim and much more remote than 20 years ago when we decided to be the most competitive, knowledge-based region in the world. And that's why Manfred Weber knows this, Ursula von der Leyen knows this. I hope we agree in our election campaign next year. Not only do we need to talk about climate change and big challenges that the climate change triggers, quite rightly, we do not only need to talk about ecology and economy, we also need to talk about the competitiveness of Europe in this world, on this globe. I don't want us to give up this ambition to be at least one big competitive region in the world, and we should not fall back even further compared to China and compared to the United States of America. We need to assert ourselves, we need to be competitive, our industry, our economy in Europe, that will be an essential topic. Thank you very much, Manfred, for deciding at this, also to speak about rural areas at this political assembly. Half of the population in Germany, more than half of the population in Europe does not live in big conurbations, but in rural areas. And these people are entitled to be listened to, that they need to represent it politically, strongly. Who else, if not the European People's Party, should represent them? Who else, if not us, who in the districts that we govern in many countries, particularly in the rural areas. Rural areas are interesting areas, they're interesting economic areas, and if you look at the structure of the German Federal Republic, most of the jobs, industrial jobs, cannot be found in the big conurbations, but in the strong economic areas, in the rural areas. We very often said so in Germany. I suppose that you will say the same thing in many other regions of Europe. These are industrial regions in the green, in the nature. So nobody needs to teach us how we can combine nature protection and prosperity. And let me even take a step further. In the coming weeks and months, probably, and increasingly, we're going to have a discussion about the future fitness of a market economy on account of the ecological challenges. And our answer cannot be, or should not be, that we drastically lose wealth and accept that, or even trigger them actively, politically, to achieve a higher goal of protecting the climate and nature and the environment. It is true that the market economy should also be capable of overcoming this challenge, not against the economy, but with the economy, not against the population, but with the population, and not against wealth, but with wealth, that we take up this big challenge of climate change. And I would like to invite you to do so, even and particularly if you talk about rural areas. And let me make a last final remark on the situation in Germany. Manfred Weber said so. We lost the election in 2021 to the German parliament, not because the others were so good, because we were no longer good enough. We, the German Christian Democrats, were no longer good enough. But, dear friends, Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we managed quite well over the past 15 months. We are again the strongest political power and force in Germany. And in the opinion polls, we're again at 35%, back to 35%. And that's a common big success. And let me say this here in Munich, and this became possible because between CDU and CSU, we work together in the group, in parliament, but also between the parties. We have a very good personal relationship and work together well without any disturbances, and we all agree on the big political issues. People look at this as to how people with political responsibility behave with one another. And I can only wish us and you that we can manage the same thing for the European election next year, working good together, good leadership, and good cohesion between the European Christian Democrats and the European People's Party. In Germany, we have been in opposition for the third time now. The first time lasted 13 years, the second time lasted 7 years. The third time, our ambition is to have that figure again. 4 is enough. 4 years is enough, and this coalition that we currently have in Berlin, dear friends, is completely off. We have a federal government made of 3 coalitions, which in none of the political topics really agrees. I suggested that after the war in Ukraine, after the beginning of the war in Ukraine last February, to put aside the coalition agreement and to do a restart of this government. They try to continue as before. They want to fulfill all the promises they made. This will not be possible. But it's even more important that at national level and at European level, between Christian Democrats in Germany and together with the Christian Democrats in Europe, we send out a clear signal of what we stand for, how we imagine the future of Europe, of this Europe, and that for particularly that we can make clear differences with regard to our political opponents next year. I know out of my experience that in the European Parliament you work differently than in the national parliaments. You don't know this working against one another between government and opposition, not so much, but nevertheless, a election campaign needs to fight for your own positions and opinions, fight for your own majority, and to achieve together what you, Manfred, said here very clearly from this rostrum. We do not only want to win in Germany, together with you, we want to be the leading political force in Europe and remain so. And you can count on us, count on the contribution of the German Christian Democrats, Markus Söder and myself. We are pleased to meet you here today in Munich. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and members, dear Manfred, dear Friedrich, thanks. Welcome to Bavaria, to the small and humble Bavaria. And it is an honor that we have you here. We also say that we make a lot of foreign trips, and we are linked with Southeast Europe. We have, with a lot of countries, tight partnerships, but it's not necessary for us to go away. The world comes to Bavaria. Last year we had the G7 with all presidents of the world. We had the Munich Security Conference, but of course this is nothing in comparison to this event, so thank you very much for coming here. We're very happy about that. And Manfred, we're also very happy that you are our EPP group president. We have a huge group and we have a big community. We are very happy that one of ours has a very important function there. Wishing you every success in this difficult area. It's already not that easy at the CDU, at the CSU, but to keep together such a heterogeneous family. You're doing a sterling job, and that is why we'd like to thank you on behalf of the CSU. Manfred and Friedrich have covered it all. I'm going to start doing a bit of advertising about Bavaria. Bavaria is a very lovely land and very strong. And if we were alone, we would be the sixth biggest economy in the EU. Our GDP is about as big as that as Saudi Arabia. Thüringen has a GDP of Ghana, whereas ours is equivalent to Saudi Arabia. That is the reality. We are bigger than others. We have the lowest rate of unemployment, the lowest rate of poverty. We have the lowest rate of crime, but we have the biggest amount of industrial jobs. We've regrouped the biggest amount of quoted listed company and many other advantages. We are sustainable, but we also see to it that no one gets left by the wayside. My biggest concern with all these projects that are positive, we shouldn't forget the people. Climate change legislation. We spend $1 billion a year on that, and yes, we must create new jobs, but let us not forget we must remain efficient, but everybody has to be prosperous. If all these projects lead to the fact that prosperity is only to the benefit of a few people, you will have social problems, and we will have more extremism. That is fodder for them, and that's not what we want. We are there for everybody. We're not only there for the elite. We, as the EPP, we are traditional, serious, but also there for the normal folk, but not only for high and flighty Greens and lefties in Europe. That is why Friedrich Merz and I share the same opinion. We want to be good partners in Europe. When I look at the energy policy, we're exceptional. We are in a terrible crisis. We want to overcome it. We want to be independent from Russian gas, and we are have taken an exceptional route in Germany. Our federal climate minister, with her green supporters, decided to exit nuclear energy in Germany instead of opting for coal. Apart from the fact that it is harmful to the environment, it also means that we need nuclear energy from other countries like France. And if we think that it's okay for nuclear energy can continue in Ukraine, and we want to leave the nuclear energy in Germany, it doesn't make sense. And we have very high energy prices in Europe, and we have to see to it that Europe remains industrially strong, so we need low energy prices. And we shouldn't use the American model. The energy deal is not complete, and it should be improved. Secondly, you decided upon the new climate goals in the European Parliament. and we had positive reports about what happened. Ulf Röller, a commentator, who is regarded as being neutral, saying, yes, these are lofty deals. And then the moderator said, what do they imply? Well, it means that our lives are going to change a lot. And is everybody going to be able to keep their head above water? And then the answer was, some people are going to have major problems. And the answer to that was, the state will have to compensate. So we agree on climate change, but we're changing things, we're increasing standards, we have a lot of people who can't keep up, and we have to balance out those high standards with state money, with debts, etc. So if we look in the long term, either a lot of people will go bankrupt or else the state. And I don't think that it is the right way forward to be successful on the basis of debt. We're not going to be successful internationally. We shouldn't only discuss things within Europe, but have a look towards the outside. And the war has shown us that we have to have a Green Deal, but also an economic deal of the future. If we don't guarantee prosperity, we don't have a future. We still have a strong economy. If we want to have a say in the world, we need to have a stronger economy. And in order to have that, we have to have a reasonable energy and taxation policy, and not only debt and debt, because debt will only lead us into a cul-de-sac. And I'm very, very happy that you're going to be looking into agriculture and rural affairs. That's in Germany, we had a Green Week, so it's a big farm week that has nothing to do with a party, and it is an agricultural show. The German nutrition minister invited food ministers from around the world and said, we intend to feed the world. Well, if that's the case, why don't we do it? We have a lot of surface areas, and thank you to the European Parliament for giving Germany the possibility to use more areas. But what we do is we lay a lot of the land fallow, and what happens at the end of the day? We haven't produced any food or guaranteed the subsistence of farmers. I am in favor of Mercosur, but if it means that we have cheap meat and cheap exports coming into Europe, sabotaging our agriculture, we shouldn't be surprised if people go off and create their own groupings and parties. I don't know whether you have problems with wolves and bears in your country. They're quite nice from a distance, but quite tricky when they get close to you. And I think that we should be reasonable. We want to drive forward animal protection, but if we have wolves running through the European continent, we have to see to it that humans are protected. And why don't you, someone recently said, why don't you make a good animal protector from out of a city? Because thank you to you, we are the community that stands in favor of the agricultural community. Energy is becoming more expensive. So what is our asset, the brains. If we don't become technologically more advanced, the Americans have the digital genome to themselves. We have the Chinese as well. And the Federal Chancellor of Germany sells to China, and Germany is quite ambivalent. And are we doing enough in terms of technological research? The German federal government is reducing its budget, and I'm going to continue to advertise for Bavaria. We invest massively in new technologies. We started in before the coronavirus, and we have allotted 5 billion euros by 2025. We have 1,000 professors, 15,000 additional technological places at university, and 20 major research areas, Max Planck, etc. Bavaria invests more in AI than Spain or Italy. When it comes to supercomputing, we are at the level of South Korea. We have 9 supercomputers. We invest in aeronautics and space exploration. We have a major center, and 50% of the ESA contracts go to Bavaria. When I say that, why do I say that? If we don't understand in Germany and Europe that we can only stand out if it's technologically, we will not make a difference. And that is the major difference between us and the Greens. The Greens are afraid of tomorrow. They think about the future. They are retrenched in themselves. We're the opposite. We are open to the world. We believe in progress. We believe in the future. We aren't afraid of new future ideas. Only we can only have a future. We need more courage, and we need more investment in technology in Europe, and that will make a difference. So Bavaria is a lovely land. We have people coming to us on a short-term stage, or for others for longer stays, and there aren't major migratory flows out of Bavaria like there might be in Sauerland. A lot of people come to us and are happy to be here, which we can understand, and that makes us happy as well. And I just wanted to say something in conclusion. In these difficult times, this is a place where you can get secure jobs, but we can also celebrate. And we have the Corona period behind us, and there was a lot of suffering. And these were difficult times, and then we had the war. A lot of people have drowned in fear, but I understand that. If you're only afraid, however, you can't help people. We have welcomed more people than France. If you want a change, you also have to change your mindset. You shouldn't wallow in pity. The bad mood of the left is the cause of the fact that they can't reach people. So let us be the group that doesn't mind tackling serious problems, but also sees to it that everyone feels happy. Please enjoy the evening event. We're very happy that you're here in Bavaria.
let's start now with the opening statement of Mr. Weber. Thank you.
Ja, ein herzliches Willkommen und Grüß Gott in München. Wir haben die Political Assembly, das ist der kleine Parteitag der Europäischen Volkspartei, der in München tagt. Wir haben München gezielt gewählt, weil wir hier mit der Christlich-Sozialen Union in Bayern eine sehr erfolgreiche christsoziale Partei haben, eine Europäische Volkspartei haben, die über die Jahrzehnte hinweg das Vertrauen bekommen hat. Deshalb ist es für die Gäste aus ganz Europa spannend, das zu hören. Wir haben uns inhaltlich viel vorgenommen bei dieser Political Assembly, unseren Fahrplan für 2024, für die nächste Europawahl zu benennen. Und da ist die erste Botschaft Mut zur Veränderung, Mut zum Aufbruch, Mut zur Innovation. Wir werden mit der zuständigen EU-Kommissarin über Innovation reden. Und da wollen wir Lust auf Zukunft machen und nicht Angst vor Zukunft machen. Das ist die Grundlinie, die uns da umtreibt. Die Lösung unserer Probleme ist Technologieoffenheit. Das zweite Megathema, das uns umtreibt als EVP, ist die Spaltung ein Stück weit unserer Gesellschaft, nämlich die Zukunft vor allem der Regionen, die sich ein Stück weit abgehängt fühlen, die ländlichen Räume, auch die Landwirtschaft als spezieller Bereich, der uns umtreibt, wo wir als die Partei, die sich um Landwirtschaft kümmert, die Bauernpartei Europas, die wir sind, die Akzente setzen wollen, um unseren Bauern zu vergewissern, dass wir zuhören, dass wir die Themen ernst nehmen, dass wir Modernisierung wollen, aber dass wir die Themen ernst nehmen. Und das dritte Große, was uns umtreibt, ist, die EVP, die Europäische Volkspartei, ist die Europapartei Europas. Wir sind diejenigen, die in den letzten Jahrzehnten die großen Innovationen angestoßen haben. Und da treiben uns die Fragen Außenpolitik um, da treiben uns die Fragen Verteidigungspolitik um, wo wir eine Stärkung des europäischen Verteidigungspfeilers wollen, ihn anstreben. Auch das wird Teil der Diskussion hier in München sein. Und ich möchte es verbinden, diese programmatische Arbeit mit dem Anspruch für die nächste Europawahl. Die EVP ist heute größte Partei Europas, größte Fraktion Europas. Wir stellen heute 11 Staats- und Regierungschefs von 27 im Reigen der Regierungschefs. Und wir wollen einen klaren Führungsanspruch untermauern. Bei der nächsten Europawahl, die Bürger Europas bitten uns das Vertrauen zu schenken, dass wir diesen Kontinent in eine gute Zukunft führen können, die nächsten 5 Jahre das Narrativ bestimmen können. Und das heißt für uns Wohlstand sichern, das heißt für uns Gerechtigkeit, Zusammenhalt in der Gesellschaft fördern und das heißt für uns Sicherheit in einer Zeit, wo extreme Unsicherheit da ist. Das sind die Themen, die wir in München diskutieren und ich freue mich, dass wir das mit den beiden Parteivorsitzenden machen können, wo wir jetzt gemeinsam in der Political Assembly waren. Herzlich willkommen und danke fürs Interesse.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, auch von meiner Seite aus, ich freue mich sehr, dass die Europäische Volkspartei entschieden hat, die Political Assembly des Jahres 2023 in Deutschland und vor allen Dingen hier in München abzuhalten. Das ist eine gute Idee, im größten Mitgliedsland der Europäischen Union diesen kleinen Parteikongress der EVP durchzuführen.
Ich glaube, du musst das Ding ausmachen.
Bei mir ist alles.
Ja, ich glaube, dann hilft's.
Ich will aus meiner Sicht sagen, ich begrüße es sehr, dass die EVP sich auf diesem Kongress auch mit Fragen der Zukunft in den ländlichen Räumen beschäftigt. Große Teile Europas sind ländlicher Raum. Große Teile Deutschlands sind ländlicher Raum und immer noch lebt eine Mehrheit der Bevölkerung nicht in den großen Städten, sondern in den mittelgroßen Städten und im ländlichen Raum. Die ländlichen Räume sind auch Wirtschaftsräume. Viele ländliche Räume sind Industrieregionen im Grünen. Und dass diese Diskussion in der EVP geführt wird, begrüße ich ausdrücklich. Ich will einen zweiten Punkt nennen. Wir werden auch im Wahlprogramm der Europäischen Volkspartei für die Europawahlen im nächsten Jahr uns mit der Frage auseinanderzusetzen haben, wie wir denn das Thema Klimawandel in den Zusammenhang stellen einer weiteren wirtschaftlichen Entwicklung dieser Europäischen Union. Wir haben in der CDU in der letzten Woche einen großen Kongress, einen Zukunftskongress in Berlin durchgeführt. Bei diesem Zukunftskongress ging es vor allem um die Frage, wie wir denn mit technologischen Antworten auf den Klimawandel reagieren können. Und unser Fazit aus dieser Diskussion, die wir letzte Woche hatten, ist, dass viele Unternehmen, viele junge Unternehmen, viele Start-ups in Deutschland fantastische Ideen haben, wie man mit Technologie den Klimawandel begrenzen kann und CO2 zum Beispiel abscheiden, speichern oder sogar wiederverwerten kann. Diese Diskussion führen wir auf nationaler Ebene und auch auf europäischer Ebene. Und damit wird sich die Europäische Volkspartei genauso wie die CDU und die CDU-CSU-Bundestagsfraktion deutlich unterscheiden von dem, was wir gegenwärtig in der deutschen Bundesregierung sehen, nämlich ein Thema Klimawandel ganz überwiegend mit Regulierung, Verboten, Einschränkungen und auch massiven Wohlstandsverlusten zu begleiten. Davor hat die Bevölkerung zu Recht erhebliche Ängste und Sorgen, und diese Ängste und Sorgen, die wollen wir der Bevölkerung nehmen, indem wir zu diesem Thema Klimawandel eine Antwort geben, die lautet: Ja, wir müssen hier ein großes Problem lösen, aber wir können es lösen, indem wir Wachstum und Beschäftigung mit Klimatechnologie und neuen Technologien verbinden. Und das ist auch eine Botschaft, von der ich mich sehr freue, lieber Manfred, dass ihr die auch in der Europäischen Volkspartei so aufgenommen habt, so umsetzen wollt. Ein ganz großer Teil der Regulierung findet nicht mehr in den nationalen Parlamenten statt, sondern im Europäischen Parlament und auf der europäischen Ebene. Und deswegen ist es gut, dass die Europäische Volkspartei als die größte europäische Partei heute auch hier in München ist.
Ja, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, darf das ergänzen. Zunächst mal vielen Dank, Manfred, für die Möglichkeit, dass Sie hier seid. Das ist ein starkes Signal der Verbundenheit mit Bayern und auch der Rückenwind, den wir haben, als auch als CSU in diesen nächsten Wochen und Monaten. Es zeigt nur eines, dass wir eben nicht nur eine politische Kraft sind, die in Bayern sehr, sehr stark ist, sondern überall in der Welt. Also der Ton von Bayern, und bayerisch wird überall gesprochen, in Brüssel an der Spitze, in Berlin sehr stark, zusammen mit Friedrich Merz und Alexander Dobrindt. Und deswegen freut mich, dass das heute hier stattfindet. Und wir freuen uns auch, dass du diese Funktion hast.
We're also pleased that you have this function. That's a good thing. We love to be hosts, whether it's the G7, MSC, or the EPP event. It fits very well. Munich is a very good place for international decisions and preparations, and that's why we love to be your hosts. The decisive point, where the three of us fully agree, is that Europe should not be a project for the elites, and the projects we'd like to promote climate change, big transformation processes, should not only be there for a few people. We need to rally the whole society. If the basic model, wealth for everybody, like Ludwig Erhard, is transformed into wealth for a few, that means that neither we can achieve anything and we won't have social peace. So both in energy policy, I'm thinking of Germany, a completely overrated discussion on banning heating systems. Many people are afraid that at the end of this process they will no longer be there. They will be excluded, marginalized. Same thing for rural areas. If people get the impression that only conurbations count, no longer rural areas, if there is philosophy and bureaucratic concepts, those are being used to that are not connected to the reality of a large part of the European population. We shouldn't be surprised that there are tensions and also people moving away from the center, political center. We don't want that. We see ourselves as the core of the political center. We're not leaving the center. We're staying there. Getting broader, and we hope that many people will be with us, and not only the top 10,000, but also the center, the middle class, many people, workers, craftspeople, farmers, all those who work hard to make a living and to only want to be understood. That's what we want to do. That's why I find it's a good idea. And finally, it's a strong signal is that the research commissioner is there, because innovation and research is absolutely our topic. And there is no better place than organize a panel with the research commissioner. Bavaria is super in terms of research. We want to continue on that path, and would be pleased if in Europe and in Germany we could do more, because that's where the future lies. Munich is the capital of startups, not of the federal government, but of the startups. That's why we would like to continue this, support this, and want to make sure that we take our country forward. So thank you very much. It's an important signal. We were at the panel. We all agreed in the panel earlier on. So completely on the same line, completely agreed. One direction, the three of us, for Germany, Bavaria, Europe, and the rest of the world together, and have a clear position. Now, very seriously, I would like to thank you. Very good cooperation also with Friedrich Merz. I think I can say that.
It's a year and a half now. It was not easy to come together, but now we're working together excellently. We really agree on the important matters. So thank you very much for the good cooperation. I can really say this. There's a common spirit, and also between Brussels, Berlin, and Munich, and that makes the union even stronger. Thank you very much. No, we can't hear that question. The microphone's not on, or is not. We can't hear the question. Microphone's not on. We can't hear the question. No audio for that question. Microphone's not on. No, that's better. That's much better. Mr. Söder, today Berlin decided about a complaint of the former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder. This was refused. What do you say about this? What complaint? I don't... It's about the office of the Chancellor taken away from him, and he complained against that. Now, since I don't even know his new office, I can tell you nothing about the old office, but maybe Friedrich, you can say, do you know more? You're closer to this topic. I'm not going to comment on a decision or ruling of a German court. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yes, Alexander Pohl, ZDF. I have a question to Mr. Merz. It's about Patrick Reichen in the Economic Ministry. There is an inquiry committee. Do you support that? And how much support has Mr. Habeck lost already? And Mr. Söder, I have a question to you. Tomorrow you will be at the Central Committee of the Catholics. How do you assess the plans of the coalition to reduce the support to the big Christian churches? Yes, over years, over days now, we have seen an even more grotesque show around nepotism in the Ministry of the Economy and corruption. The Economic Committee next week will have an opportunity to question the minister, hear the minister and his state secretary as to how they want to get out of this difficult situation. We were talking here about the economic Ministry of the Economy of the fourth largest industrial nation in the world, who for days has been sinking lower and lower of nepotism and corruption. The Chancellor will have one day to speak out as to what he thinks of what is happening in one of perhaps his most important ministries. I can only ask the whole German government to put away the suspicion that there is only nepotism and corruption in that ministry. The German government needs to come back quickly to a reasonable, sensible way of working, including a Ministry of the Economy who is free of the suspicion that he's leading a whole ministry like a family company. I hope that next week we can solve that the German government can put that away. I don't believe that Mr. Greichen will be finding back to a job where trust and respect is needed. But that's a decision of the federal government. Just like to add one thing, I find this is a very difficult situation. Imagine the inverse situation. If it was a union minister, how would the Greens have reacted? The Greens have a very high, take the moral high ground. If you use the same moral high ground, it's very clear that Mr. Greichen at the end of the day can no longer hold his office. And the question also is, such a broad system of family connections, apparently they have overinterpreted the balance between professional life and family life. So a minister must see this, a Ministry of the Economy. Mr. Habeck needs to make clear, is this what he wanted? Has he supported this? Were there perhaps decisions where he has promoted this? Otherwise, such an existential question can no longer remain like this. So it's a very difficult, very big burden also for this very decisive change in the energy change. I'm very skeptical about the plans coming from the federal government towards the church. also in the other land and the regions. Nobody finds this good. Why? Because the churches don't only have a theological mission, but also a social mission, with schools, kindergartens, training centers, welfare organization, palliative care, and also hospitals, among others. Now, less support is whether it's a single payment ending after a few years. This would ruin or change the social infrastructure of our country. That's why we, Bavaria, are very reticent, apart from the fact that the amounts being discussed are not available. And now that the coalition is not very friendly towards churches, we don't suspect goodwill, so we are reticent in this debate. Like most other regions, we think it's the wrong thing to do.
Maybe from our European press, La Repubblica, Tonia Mastrobuoni.
Ja, danke schön.
Thank you. Tonia Mastrobuoni, La Repubblica. A question to the three of you, if possible, maybe Mr. Merz first, if you need to leave. As you know, in Italy, there has been a lively debate in Italy on the possibility that Giorgia Meloni, who is also seen as more pragmatic than by many Central European parties, that after the European elections, one might envisage a sort of cooperation with Giorgia Meloni's party or even Mr. Salvini's party. So I wanted to know, is that possible? Do you believe that the EPP could work together with a party in working in coalition with Meloni, or perhaps even integrate it in the EPP? Same thing for Salvini. And what are the red lines? The Italian government came out of democratic elections, and of course, the governments in Europe will work together with this Italian government reasonably. The cooperation seems to be working better than many have feared. Whether this can have party political effects on the EPP, I cannot say. We don't have that discussion in the EPP. I'm not going to trigger that discussion. So I can only speak for CSU. We talked about this. It's good that we talk about these things, even with heads of state. That's a natural task of the chairman of one of the biggest groups in the European Parliament. It's different if you talk to elected heads of state. There are many questions that need to be discussed with them, not only with Mrs. Meloni, but also in other parties in government. But a sort of including them in the EPP, I cannot really imagine. Or a sort of coalition with the radical right. Otherwise, the limitations would be difficult in many other countries, and that's why I believe it's not being discussed currently. Our aim, Manfred, is that we want to be number one, remain number one in Europe, become stronger, so that we can decide on our own strength how and with whom we form a majority in the European Parliament. We make a clear distinction to the leftist group, and also to extremists. We represent normality, and we represent the simple people, the ordinary people in Europe. Thank you very much for your understanding. I need to go to a debate with the party presidents, SPD, Greens, and the Liberals. I would have loved to stay here, but I want to be there on time. We as the European People's Party, we have taken clear decisions because that's important. We're Christian Democrats, and there is no cooperation with anti-Europeans. Secondly, with parties which do question the solidarity with the Ukraine, and thirdly, with those who question the rule of law in Europe. These are our three core principles, and with that we use to identify whether a partnership or cooperation is possible. And that's also what Antonio Tajani did when he needed to decide whether he wanted to join this coalition or not. It's working in Italy, and we should respect the Italian voters and work pragmatically together with them to develop good policies in Italy and for Europe. The three criteria are being abided by. For me as a party president, this is important, and all the rest is not being discussed now and is not up for debate.
Mr. Jack, here? Yeah.
question to you, Mr. Söder. A few days ago, Alexander Dobrindt wanted to move away from the Spitzenkandidat principle. Mr. Weber, your position is clear. You are in favor. So, Mr. Söder, what's the position of the CSU? And we'd like to have asked Mr. Merz, is the union still behind this principle? Yes, first, we have it in our EPP statutes that we have a Spitzenkandidat, a top candidate. Alexander always represented a different opinion. So this is nothing new. So that's an old opinion. In my view, it's very clear. Even before all the others spoke about this, I made clear that Mrs. von der Leyen, if she wants it, she would be our born Spitzenkandidat, our top candidate in the European Union, if she wants so. So it's easy for me. We have also invited her to a cabinet meeting. She will be coming to Bavaria to a cabinet meeting, also on the occasion of the Wagner events in Bayreuth. She will be attending the cabinet meeting and also the show. So we have a very clear relationship about this. We will also have our own Spitzenkandidat Manfred Weber. I would like to propose you, and I hope you will accept.
Nick Vinegar from Politico.
Hello, thank you. Coming from Brussels, just following on the question we just had, if you're behind the Spitzenkandidat process, would your Spitzenkandidat have to run for election? If you're supporting Mrs. von der Leyen, do you think that she should have to run for election, for example, in Lower Saxony, win the people's vote, and go from there to being your Spitzen? Is that a necessary step, or could she skip that?
Now, for the EPP, the situation is clear, and for our group too, we believe in a democratic Europe where the Commission Parliament is elected and confirmed, and you also need to show your colors before the election, show your name. We shouldn't go back to backroom deals in Europe, as we had in 2019, where the backroom decided. So a transparent, democratic process, that's what we defend as CSU and also as the European People's Party. And the question of whether Mrs. von der Leyen will be running for Spitzenkandidat, she's still thinking. She hasn't positioned herself yet. And in the bodies of the EPP, we will take the decisions when the time comes.
So, final question, probably.
Lukas Schalt for Table Media.
Lukas Schalt, Table Media. Tomorrow you're going to adopt a resolution where the EPP demands that the pesticides regulation should be refused. The question is not even the EPP rapporteurs in the Commission refuse the whole Commission proposal, but make proposals for improvement. For the denaturation legislation, Christine Schneider is from the Union itself. Is the resolution not too radical in that respect? The EPP group, we have a clear position. We're always constructive. We, the EPP, also in the European Parliament, the dossiers at hand, we want to improve them and make them better. But let me tell you that even the environment ministers of Europe, not us in the Parliament, the environment ministers of Europe in the Council do not accept this proposal without having an impact assessment as to what that means for Europe. And I must say explicitly, we want a modern agriculture using few pesticides, but currently our task is also to make a contribution to feed the world. And we know with Ukraine, the effects of the war in Ukraine, that's why we have a moral responsibility to support our farmers now and tell them, produce food because the world needs food. That's why this is clear for us. We're going to have an intensive discussion today, but can announce already today, with many of the proposals put on the floor by the Commission, we are going to ask for a moratorium, no new legislation for a couple of years. Let our farmers work, because the world needs food.
Okay, this needs to conclude. I'm so sorry, because the political assembly will resume. So thank you very much to everybody who came here.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Now we will begin our second session, and in order to do so, I'd like to welcome our EPP Vice President and the European Vice President and the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education, and Youth, Maria Gabriel, to chair this panel. Madam.
Thank you very much, dear Secretary General, dear colleagues at the EPP, dear friends. Well, I would like to start by saying that since the very beginning of the European project, the EPP has shaped the European project, adapting it to what Europe required at the time. And this time, innovation is what Europe needs. We just listened to our brilliant speakers and leaders before. But when we talk about the innovation that Europe needs, we are not talking just about any innovation. Deep tech innovation to address our deepest societal challenges and boost our Europeans' competitiveness and resilience is the innovation that we need. And therefore, it makes sense that the EPP will emerge as the political force behind innovation in the run-up in the next European elections. No other political party more effectively embodies the principles of innovation, including free enterprise, entrepreneurship, and faith in the power of the individual to shape our future. But allow me to begin by thanking the speakers for joining us today, as well as our colleagues on the EPP organization team of this political assembly who made it possible to organize this session. In my opening remarks, I would like to address three key questions. First, what type of innovation does Europe require right now? Second, how can Europe become the leader of the new wave of innovation? And third, how can we at the EPP ensure that Europe does not miss out on this opportunity? So starting with the first question, which is the innovation that Europe requires right now? My answer to this question is clear. We need to focus on deep tech innovation, which is innovation that matters. Deep tech that tackles our societal challenges. And in the last 30 years, we have all witnessed the third wave of innovation, the digital revolution. Technology that streamlines and simplifies our daily lives has been a huge success story of the current wave of digital innovation. Yet, I think Europe should stand out by supporting innovations that aim to enhance people's quality of life, rather than merely making life easier. This is what the fourth wave of innovation, known as deep tech, promises to bring. Innovations that blend hardware and software for resolving societal challenges. Deep tech innovation usually starts with a scientific outcome that is protected by intellectual property rights, and a strong pool of engineering talent is needed for this kind of innovation that, in contrast to the digital revolution, necessitates far more than software developers and marketing experts. Many of these kind of cutting-edge innovations have already been pioneered in Europe. Europe is now home to 18 deep tech unicorns, making it the global leader. Unicorns like Northvolt, which makes batteries in Europe, they are enabling the future of energy. Or like Volocopter, which wants to bring electric flying taxis to cities around the world. And they are unicorn startup InFarm, whose vertical farming warehouses reduce water and land use by 95% compared to conventional farms. Or unicorns in the health domain, which helped us beat the COVID pandemic. I'm talking about BioNTech, and for all the right reasons, this was the first truly deep tech startup to gain widespread recognition across Europe. So we have something unique this time. All these examples show that deep tech innovations will change industries like energy, transportation, health, agriculture, food, construction. And these sectors, these industries are essential to Europe's economic growth and prosperity. Now allow me to move to the second question. How can Europe become the leader of the new wave of innovation? A simple answer can be found here as well. Europe's ability to lead the next wave of innovation will depend on the continent's ability to capitalize on its strengths, which includes, first and foremost, a thriving educational system. Second, leading companies in industries with a strong hardware component. And third, our region's diversity, which is attractive to investors and innovators. But to reach this objective, we cannot continue business as usual. This requires Europe to work on three main areas following an ecosystem approach. Markus Söder mentioned this key word, an ecosystem approach. What are the three main areas? First, I think that Europe needs to enhance collaboration among the actors that play a role in the innovation ecosystems. That means that we need to link startups with industry, with academia, with research labs, with universities, with public administrations and governments. This morning, I visited the Unternehmertum Urban Center, and it is an awesome innovation ecosystem with students, startups, scientists, investors, industry, and it's clear they are all pulling in the same direction to find creative, cutting-edge answers to our challenges. And they are a great example what the entire Europe can and should be. Second, Europe must encourage companies to use, that's something new, but not for the innovation community, sandboxes, to experiment with and develop technologies. We have not only to talk about regulation, we have to talk about experimentation spaces. We need to leave to our innovators this flexibility to test, to try, to see how they can develop new products, new services by providing a supervised environment in which existing regulations can be loosened. And I must say that here we definitely need that, because deep tech innovations cannot thrive unless they are tested in simulated environments. So we need sandboxes that allow innovators to keep working on the innovation while lowering the risk for real-world users. And third, Europe should encourage innovation and entrepreneurship by including them in the curriculum of all stages of education. Particularly beneficial is early exposure to and development of entrepreneurial mindsets and practices. I will dare to say it. Without education, there is no innovation. The fourth wave of innovation we're in is where this becomes especially important. Talent is currently the focal point of the competition. And yes, our businesses have a hard time attracting top talent. As a result, it is imperative that our universities become centers of creativity and innovation, and new role that needs to be complemented by their excellence in education and research. And we also have here to build bridges between the different universities and schools in Europe. Now is the moment to move on my last question. How can we, at the EPP, ensure that Europe does not miss this opportunity? The EPP has the strength to guide Europe in a way that makes innovation a cornerstone of the continent's future. To that end, fostering regional cohesion in terms of innovation should be a top priority. The EPP maintains that in this age of deep technological innovation, no region should be disadvantaged. People in all parts of Europe, including rural and remote areas, should not only be able to reap the benefits of healthcare and educational innovation, but also be offered the opportunity to contribute to them without having to leave their home region to achieve success. Now, the EPP will spearhead initiatives to create regional innovation valleys that target high-potential strategic industries and to link these valleys across Europe to create a genuine pan-European innovation ecosystem. And we have already extraordinary examples. I must say that the first regional innovation valleys that are emerging at European level are coming from our EPP family in regions where we can see the potential. I'm talking about Spain, I'm talking about Romania, and I'm sure that there will be many others to follow. Now, it's true that we should also promote flexible, consistent rules that don't add extra compliance cost to our businesses, especially innovative SMEs and startups, so that they can grow and create innovations made in Europe. That's our concept for the innovation. Innovation made in Europe, that's what EPP is standing behind. You all know that we have the new European Innovation Agenda that is very strongly supported by EPP, and it was adopted last year in July. Now it's really time to see how, with the driving force of EPP, we can show that Europe can become the global powerhouse for deep tech innovation and startups. Allow me to conclude now with a very simple call for actions to the members of the EPP. Let's continue to work together to make the EPP the political party of innovation and show everyone that innovation is at the core of our EPP's values and what we stand for. Thank you very much. Now it's really time to have a discussion after these introductory remarks. If you allow me now, I will join all our panelists. So I think now it's okay. Well, first of all, again, thank you very much to all our 5 speakers. I would like first to start with Angelika Niebler. Dr. Angelika Niebler, we know you very well, but allow me very briefly to remind that you are a member of the European Parliament and you are a member of CSU in Bavaria, of which you are deputy chairwoman. I must say that it's one of the most active members in NITRE committee, and you are also in the Committee of Women's Rights and Gender Equality. We worked together for many years. So in your mandate, actually, you led a lot of work relevant to today's topic, and including you are the rapporteur for the European Data Governance Act. So thank you very much, dear Angelika, for being with us. First, allow me really to give you the floor and to have some introductory remarks. And after, I would like to have first round with all our speakers, just to listen their first thoughts on the topics of today. And after, I will ask my questions too. Dear Angelika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria, dear panelists, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome here in Bavaria, in Munich. As being born in Munich, I'm so proud that you are all here. So let me stress that. And thanks for you. So maybe you can check the micro again. Can you switch on the micro? Would you be so kind? Otherwise, I take this one.
For me?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. So, well, I'll start again. Dear Maria, dear panelists, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, well, thanks for coming to Munich. As being born here in Munich, I'm so happy that you are here. So thanks for that. And thanks for your introductory remarks, dear Maria, because I think you really have stressed the most important things. What can we do in order to improve innovation? So maybe three reflections from my side. So first of all, as had been said this morning already, you know, the world has changed dramatically, and the most important thing for us in Europe is to really be, as a region, competitive. Competitiveness, that's what it is all about. And without innovation, without actually bringing our excellent research results on the street, without really investing a lot in innovation, we cannot succeed in a world like that. And for that, for me, it's key, the issue we are addressing right now here on the panel. And I'm really happy that also academia, representatives from academia are joining us this afternoon. What I'd like to bring in as a question also to the panel is how can we cope with the situations that we are too slow in our processes. You know, if you look at technology, you mentioned deep technology, what on earth can we do in order to speed up with the enormous speed in technology so that, you know, here in Europe, we are the ones who are sitting in the driver's seat. So also as regards our political landscape, this is for me a key question, how we can speed up and improve our situations. Secondly, Maria, you mentioned the ecosystem. I think that's really, really important. If I look at Munich, at my region, you are here in the Isar Valley. Okay, this is a really innovative region here. And if I look at what has happened here, you mentioned your visit to the Technical University of Munich this morning. We have here actually managed to establish an ecosystem. So we have a lot of research institutions, universities. We have a solid political environment. We have companies, the very big ones. We have SMEs and family undertakings. We have, I think, a good mindset and a spirit and a creative culture mindset here in Munich and in the area. So I think that is all important. Yeah, that's not what we can decide in Brussels, but this, you know, going for this ecosystems and engaging in establishing clusters with high excellence for different sectors which are of utmost importance for moving, you know, our society forward. I think this is really, really important that we are concentrating on this idea of establishing clusters all over Europe. And as you mentioned, Maria, looking at Spain or Romania or wherever, we have, you know, this idea of bringing people, bright people together from academia, from the company side, from political side, and from society, and trying to really find out what are the right solutions and the way forward. So that's for me very important. Third, and then I'm nearly at the end of my short introduction. So we have to invest, of course, primarily in people, in skills. That is what had been on your agenda for quite a while. And look at Professor Welpe. I know that's her topic, so I will not address that any further. We have to invest in infrastructure, of course, all over. That's key for moving things forward. We have to actually, get the money out, you know. So, this morning we had a round table within the EPP group, and we had also, you know, from this, a lot of entrepreneurs with us telling us to start a company in Europe, it's not a big problem. You get the money, that's easily done. But to scale up, if you need a lot of money really to go for a European or a global outreach. That's still a big problem here in Europe. If you want to do that, if you need a lot of money, you have to go to the United States. It's easy done there, but here in Europe, it's still a big problem. So I think we should also work and concentrate on that. And finally, you know, apart from this idea of creating clusters, establishing ecosystems, for me the mindset is important. And again, I would also like to learn today, what can we also do in order to improve the mindset here in Europe? Yeah? We need this entrepreneurial spirit. I think that's important. And that's a question of culture. Changing culture is very difficult, but when we collect views on that and some ideas on that, I'm sure we will be on the right track also here in the European Union. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, dear Angelica, already for raising the importance of some issues. It's clear that we all would like to see competitive Europe, but we have some challenges to tackle. I'm sure that there will be more answers. From my side, I would like just to insist how important it is not to reproduce some of the errors of the past, because there is regional, even today, vibrant local ecosystems. We have to connect them, because very, very often it's easier for them to find an investor outside of Europe than in the neighboring country. And of course, mentioning the problem of scaling up, that's one of the main challenges that we have to help our companies to pass the so-called valley of the death. So thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Isabel Welp. She's Professor of Strategy and Organization at the Technical University of Munich. You are the co-founder of TUM Blockchain, whose goal is to advance the student blockchain ecosystem and to create a community of academics, students, and professionals supporting each other on their missions to use blockchain for good. So you lead research in the area of leadership, innovation, and organization from a behavioral science perspective. And you follow a quantitative empirical research approach employing a variety of different data sources, such as lab experiments and research designs. So please, the floor is yours for your introduction.
Thank you very much also for inviting me. I want to start with a big compliment that I can speak about Bavaria and Germany, and I think they early on identified the great potential of AI that we all realize today with ChatGPT and its user interface. And that speaks to the fact that I think we may have some challenges in Europe and Germany, but one challenge we do not have, we have great research and great researchers, I think undoubtedly so. And you can see it in statistics. Recently we looked at is Europe a net exporter or importer of tech talent, meaning people who found unicorn companies, and we are very close. We are unfortunately a net exporter, but not broadly. But many companies, many countries in the world actually educate people well, and then they export them to one country, the US. So the US is a big net importer of PhDs. 50% of PhDs in the US don't start out with an American passport, and 50% of the unicorn founders in the US don't start with a US passport. So they do it very smart in a way. Yeah? They let other countries do education, also European countries, and then they attract them where they then apply that knowledge. Two anecdotes maybe to illustrate that point. So I went to the South by Southwest conference in Texas a couple of years ago, and I wore my TUM badge. So people would approach me on the street saying, "Oh, from TUM, you guys have won the Hyperloop contest by Elon Musk 4 times in a row." And I'm not used to getting these compliments in Germany, but people noticed, and then they asked me a difficult question. They said, when is Germany going to build the Hyperloop transport system? Assuming we have the technology, we have the research, we will build it. And I gave a, I think, politically correct answer saying soon, yeah, soon, because soon can be, whatever. And then a few days later, and honestly, I think, I don't know if we'll ever do that. you know, because I don't know the English word, Planungsfeststellungsverfahren. The time you need to plan a big technical project is 7 years, so it'll take some time. And a few days later, I saw a big rocket by the Department of Aeronautics of the University of Texas, and I wanted to take a picture in 2019 for a small TUM startup, ESA Aerospace. And I asked, may I take a picture of your rocket? And they said, why? And I said, I want to send it to ESA Aerospace, which was a small startup. And the reaction in Texas, they literally felt like dropping to the floor, telling me, you know ESA Aerospace? And I said, well, yes. And they said, I will get the CEO, you have to introduce us. They're great, they're much better than Elon, they said to me. And then again, they asked me, when is Germany sending their rocket to the moon? And I said, very, very soon. Yeah. So I think in those anecdotes, we don't necessarily have, I think, so much an education and research problem. We do have the challenge of getting it commercialized. And I want to close with things I think we have going for us. One, I think, it's still underappreciated, is the rule of law. And that's the foundation for business activity, for investing. And we have that very strongly in Europe, and we should preserve that. Secondly, I want to let you in maybe on a secret, because you've talked about Unternehmertum, and Unternehmertum is absolutely great, but Unternehmertum had a very special person founding it with lots of money. And there is another initiative in Munich. I'm proud of it because I'm currently its director, but the numbers speak for itself, I think. It's the CDTM, the Center for Digital Technology and Management. And you probably have never heard of it. They don't do any marketing. But to give you the numbers, they have received 8 million euros in 20 years. I would say close to nothing. Yeah? And out of that money, they have created startups that have now collected external capital of 6.6 billion. So if you can apply a very conservative valuation, they have created startups with a valuation of 30, 40 billion euros out of 8 million. And there are more numbers. If you compare the number of unicorn founders out of CDTM, the number is 12 per 1,000 alumni are unicorn founders. And even in Harvard, in Stanford, in Yale, we have the numbers. There are at most 2 or 3 alumni of the MBA programs that are unicorn founders. So that, I think, must be our most competitive program. And I would advise, I know the Bavarian government is now very aware of it and thinking about it, but I wanted to share this with you. If you're looking for a template, look to CDTM because it costs around 300,000 euros per year. It's just 3 research assistant positions and rooms, and it creates the success. And the secret is, it's run by students, it's bottom up. I'm currently the academic director, that changes every 2 years, but I don't interfere. The very young people make the decisions on the technology, on what to build, what to commercialize. And it is now expanding to Valencia in Spain, and I have good hopes that maybe in 10 years, 15 years, if we meet again, it'll be a central hub for European innovation and European startup culture.
Thank you very much, dear Professor. Well, I will definitely look at the CDTM next time for my next visit, but thank you very much for raising the importance of questions like the commercialization, how to transform Europe into an attractive destination, because always we talk that it's important to keep our talents here, but we need to transform Europe into an attractive destination, and here we have something additionally to do. Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Milena Stojceva. Milena Stojceva is the CEO of Junior Achievement Bulgaria and co-founder of The Edge. She's also visiting professor with the EIT Digital Master School in Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Well, Milena, you are an entrepreneur, an educator. You are passionate about the importance of education and the opportunity for young people to develop their talents and discover their future as entrepreneurs. You have over 20 years of experience as an executive in international organizations and companies. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you, dear Maria, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here today, because I think we are talking about something that is critical for Europe. And the point about innovation, I think is nothing that we are going to debate about. It's clear that our competitive advantage as Europe is in diversity and uniting these cultures that can produce the next level of innovation. And I want to support the Commissioner in the presentation that the next wave of innovation is deep tech. And why deep tech? Because Europe actually lost already on the first wave, which was the technologies, the digital technologies. Out of the 10 most advanced technologies, we are leaders only in the one that's related to automotive. And we are losing the other game to China and US, of course. And I think one of the reasons for this is we have not been thinking strategically about where we are and what we can bet on in terms of our assets. And one of our assets has been education, as it was pointed out in the exposé. We have some of the best educational institutions around the world, and we need to take advantage of that. But beyond talking about the educational institutions like universities, we need to focus the efforts on the educational systems. Educational systems from early age on are the incubators where people develop, grow up, where they raise their culture and their way of thinking. And I think we have been too focused on individual and national agendas rather than trying to work and bet on a single European agenda. And without putting that in a way, having a single market for education, where we really stress the importance of the development of skills that are critical for the next generation and also for the current generation, I think we will be losing even more to China and the US. What do I mean by this? At the World Economic Forum in Davos 2 months ago, they announced that the educational report quoted the top 10 skills that we all will need in order to be successful and to survive in the coming years. And do you know, can you guess which they are? Can someone dare to say which could be those skills? Creativity is number 2. Number 1 is analytical skills. Guess what is the number 3? It is resilience, agility, and flexibility, and critical thinking. So all of these are skills that need to be delivered by the educational systems. And the earlier we do this, the better it will be. And another point, all of these skills are part of the entrepreneurial competence and mindset. We have been talking about this. I represent an organization which is worldwide, and in Europe we're working with 41 countries. And I want to tell you 3 stories, what we've done with that. We have every year more than 5 million young people go through the programs of learning how to experiment, how to create their own projects or companies. And this is for real. And it's not because, and they choose to be in that, because they enjoy acting on their ideas and having the choice to do it. So one story I will tell you, and it comes from from a high school. There were these 3 girls who got together to develop a project, and they decided that they want to work on a project that has a significance to the environment. So in their lab, they started experimenting with how they can use the remains of coffee in order to produce, to utilize it and to utilize the resources of circular economy, and then to find a way to support what the remains and also their region. At the age of 19, they set up their company, and they were presenting actually last year at the Forum for Green Transition. So this is one story. The second story is about a startup, which is now a scale-up, which is called the Black Swan. It is the next generation of cargo drones that are completely disrupting the landscape of Europe, not just of Europe, actually worldwide. And they come from, this company was started in Bulgaria, in Sofia, by a former JLM who, at the age of 17, was president of a student company at the American College of Sofia. Now they have this unicorn that is going to conquer the world, and they are completely disrupting the value chain of logistics and also of transportation. And the third story is still in development, and it's about a deep tech company in the sector of digital health. And this is another, it's actually the spin-off of a previous startup that started in 2012. They're called Kelvin Health, now, this company. But in 2012, they won the Intel Business Challenge competition in Stanford, in the US, with their previous company that was working with AI technology. And what happened is, at that time, they were too advanced for the market. Right now, AI is going through an exponential growth. And they are building the next generation of AI thermography that each person can have in their hand and do diagnosis of certain conditions, including heart conditions and peripheral artery disorder. So why I'm telling you all of these stories? Because they all started in school. They all started with education. They all started when these people were empowered, were given a role model, and were supported, were nurtured to go ahead. Entrepreneurial education at the moment is key to modernizing education and to empowering young people who are going to be the talent, the ones creating the economy and the next wave of innovation for Europe. So I would like to really have a discussion on where Europe can bet on startups, on allowing, removing the bottlenecks and allowing for these people to be really empowered and to be encouraged to create the new companies of tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milena.
I have more things to say.
Showing very clearly the crucial role of education and schools for the development of the entrepreneurial mindset, and of course after for all these success stories. That's why I'm always saying we need much more initiatives like innovators at school, because they can immediately exchange with the young people, and we need much more incubators at universities. That will be a way to change the mindset, because actually in Europe the mindset is you fail, it's very often a fatality. In the United States it's seen as an experience. So if we want to provide this experience to our young people, we need much more incubators at universities, because if they fail at this stage, they can re-experiment, they can try again, and they can finally really find the good idea and have a success story. So now I will give the floor to Dr. Jan Worman. Jan is the CEO of the European Startup Network, which is an independent network unifying 38 national associations to create a common voice for European startups and scale-ups. Jan, you have been active in the fields of corporate innovation and entrepreneurship now for more than 20 years. You have an extensive experience in high tech, and you have taken part in the development of the Belgian and European startup scene since 2010. and the European project is 96. So we have a real European here. So Jan, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Commissioner, for this kind introduction. I have to admit I feel a bit older now, so I will need a Bavarian beer later on. The advantage of being given the floor later on is that I can be shorter because many things that have been said here I can just fully agree with. But I would like to share my sentiment that when I listened to the impressive speeches before the break, I had mixed feelings. Sorry to say that. I mean, it's a joke, but I was very happy to really hear this conviction for innovation. That was great because I think it's truly what we need. But I was disappointed that, unless I'm mistaken, I never heard the word spin-off, a startup, scale-up, unicorn, maybe once. And that's a pity because startups are essential as a vehicle to bring innovations to the market, not necessarily alone, in partnership, of course. But so I'm happy that now we get the floor to speak about startups. I think we are in special and important times. So if we want to become this deep tech startup continent, it's now or never. And we have the danger that we become a sophisticated taxpayer-funded incubator for the Americans and for the Chinese. And that would be the worst of all worlds because we would spend our resources for wealth creation somewhere else. I am not pessimistic. I think we have many strengths. We have excellent entrepreneurs with skill and passion, and we are amongst the best in the world. And when we gave you input for the new European Innovation Agenda, also under inspiration of Peter, we said, let's look at best practices in Europe. Yeah. Let's not look to the rest. We have fantastic things happening in Europe, and let's scale those. Yeah. I think that's making away with the false modesty we had in the past. I think we are ambitious and we are among the best. We have this very good level of education that's not only very good, but also accessible to almost all. And finally, we are very diverse. For some people, it's maybe a weakness, but I see it as a strength because it makes us creative and resilient. The challenge for Europe is, can we be fast enough and can we balance this delicate act of the need for critical mass versus the fact that entrepreneurs all over Europe should get same chances. I had the honor to play a role in co-creation of the European innovation ecosystem on behalf of the startup ecosystems, and this was very special because it was really a co-creation with ecosystems. And for me, it means that now this new European Innovation Agenda is not just a document that will be forgotten in 6 months, but it's a plan. And we are now co-implementing it with different players in the ecosystem, including public authorities, European Commission. So I'm very excited about that, and I'm very excited to get the floor here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Jan. Now, I would like to give the floor to Peter. Peter Westerbacke is a Finnish entrepreneur, mobile game developer, and former CMO and co-founder of Rovio Entertainment Corporation, known for having invented the Angry Birds game in 2009. Peter, wow. Peter is an investor and advisor for companies. He has taken a particularly active role in reshaping and developing the Finnish startup scene. And he's the co-founder of Slash Conference, one of the Europe's biggest non-profit startup conferences. I know, but that's up to you to tell this. And I'd like just to remind that in 2011, Time magazine ranked him as one of the world's 100 most influential people. Peter, it's a great honor and pleasure to have you with us. The floor is yours now.
Hey, fantastic to be here. Fantastic to be here. And also I was very happy, coming from Finland. So Petteri also sends his thanks for the applause for, like the election win and all that. So he's busy with his team building the new government. So we're going to make things like amazing in Finland. But anyway, yeah. So I think that many good things were mentioned here. And one thing that, so kind of like being an entrepreneur, I want to get stuff done. So I don't want to kind of like hear all these like plans and reports and all of that. I mean, we're very good at, planning very carefully, and then the market has already moved on and we're like too late. And I mean, there's this golden rule of venture capital, which is like too early, too late. Mm-hmm. So timing is always everything. But I really believe that it's always better to do. And I always actually say that don't think, do think. And what I mean by that we should stop like over-analyzing and all that. I mean, again, as Jan said, and we heard here, we have many, many fantastic things going for us here in Europe. So we can be very, very proud of that. But of course, we can't be content. We can't be happy. We can do better. And I think that this is something that we really need to focus on. And of course, it always starts with fantastic education. So I mean, that's like obvious. I mean, we need to make sure that we provide our young people. I think young people were mentioned. So I think that it's all about the young people. We need to provide our young people with fantastic education. What does fantastic education mean? So one example, I was in Singapore a couple of months ago, and then I met with a group of parents. And then I wanted to explain the difference between, in this case, education in Singapore and education in Finland. But you could like use Europe as a placeholder there. And as you probably know, Singapore has the worst educational system on the planet. So that's kind of like eye-opened. And then many of you were like, wait, what is the worst educational system on the planet? And always if you, I don't know where that's coming from, but anyway, yeah, somebody's upset with, Singapore and the worst education system. But it's actually, they are always at top of these PISA rankings and everything. But then I used with the parents, so I said that, okay, what will happen if I ask a young person in Singapore to draw something? Anybody here know what will happen? No, they don't draw. Actually, all the parents knew the answer. And I had like, maybe 15 parents there. They said, yeah, of course, Peter, that young person will ask, what? What should I draw? And then I will say, draw a cat. What color? Black. What size? This size. What? Because the educational system kills all creativity, kills, all initiative. You're told what to do and what to not to do all the time. So basically, when you then look at Singapore and you come out of the educational system there, and then Singapore wants to be, guess what? Startup nation. So, hey, please do a startup. Oh, what kind of startup should I do? What should it look like? What? There's not gonna be any opportunity or any jobs for the what people. GPT and like the AI will kill all of these things. It used to be okay to train people to work in factories and offices and tell them what to do. Not good enough anymore. Then if I look at, what will happen if I ask the same question from a young person in Finland that has gone through school and everything there. That person will probably say, piirrä ite. Why don't you draw it yourself? So healthy disrespect for authority and always asking why. Why should I do it? Why? Understanding the big picture. Why are you asking me to draw something? Even if I'm a CEO of a company and ask one of the employees that, hey, could you please draw, something? And then they will say that, okay, yeah, why don't you draw it yourself? And I'm not going to fire that person. It's perfectly okay to question everything. And then, I will explain that it's very important that you draw this because you are so much better at drawing than I am. And then that person will go off and, deliver something amazing. And this is something that I think that when we talk about education and all of this, that yes, let's throw lots of money at education and hope for the best. Not good enough. We need to invest in why. And teaching our young people to be creative problem solvers. That's what we need. And they should question all of us. Also here, we should have more young people. But that's another discussion. but the thing is that and then, this works. In Finland, I gave a talk to 600 students at Aalto University, one of our very best universities, 2007. I talked about startups, I talked about entrepreneurship and all that. And then I asked, how many of you are going to start a company or join a startup, once you graduate or even before? That's fine as well. Out of 600 students in 2007, 3 raised their hand. Everybody else wants to go and work for Nokia, Kone, Wärtsilä, the government. Nothing wrong with working for one of these fantastic corporations or the government. Perfectly okay. But if everybody just wants to maintain the status quo, we end up with, Japan or Europe. There's not going to be any innovation, or there might be innovation, but the Americans will run with it. So the thing is that we had to do something, and okay, Maria here mentioned slush. we started Slush. Slush is now actually the biggest startup event on the planet. And why is it the biggest? Because we didn't want to do another of these like wannabe Silicon Valley events. I'm sure you've been to many of these. You go, I go to Beijing and they will tell me that, hey, Peter, Beijing is the Silicon Valley of China. Following day, go to Hangzhou, home of Alibaba and all these. Hangzhou, Silicon Valley of China. Or you go to Tokyo and they want to be the Silicon Valley of Asia or whatever. And I'm sure that Munich is the Silicon Valley of like Germany or Europe or something. So everybody wants to be Silicon Valley of this and that. So we decided, okay, we do this event in November. You come to Helsinki, it's cold, it's dark, there's slush on the ground. It's not the Silicon Valley. It's better. It's much, much better because it's different. We're not copying, like the American Silicon Valley. I started my entrepreneurial journey there. Fantastic place, amazing, like companies. I actually started at the company that Bill and Dave started in their garage, HP. And then after that, we've seen Google, Garage, Stanford, all of that. So there's like a good model, but it's already there. So we can't lead by following. So we decided that we do it differently. We put young people in charge. So all of you should come to Slush in November. There's like over 10,000 people. It's a bit more now after the pandemic. We used to have 25,000 from 160 countries. And guess what? It's organized by 2,600 volunteers, 2,600 young people who are there not because somebody told them that, hey, please innovate, please do a startup. They're there because they love to be there. They want to be there. That's why they're there. Nobody told them. But they want to be there because they want to change the world. And they are changing the world through building startups, through building companies. So these young people are in charge. They're not there just handing out badges and making coffee, but they run the show. They run the whole thing. And guess what? Last year at Slush, $1 trillion in venture capital under management gathered at Slush. It's the biggest gathering of venture capital anywhere on the planet any given time. Nothing like that in the US, not to mention China. Nothing like that. So we're already leading. We need to do this in all of Europe. We need to put young people in charge. Yes, we provide them with fantastic education. Make them ask why. Why are you asking me to do this? All of this we need to do. And the good news here is, if you look at America and look at the US, why are they winning? Are they smarter than us? Do they have fantastic system and plan defined? No, but they have role models. Everybody wants to be next Elon Musk, the next Larry and Sergey with Google, or the next Mark Zuckerberg, or the next whatever. If you ask people now in Finland, so my story about Slush and the 3 people out of 600. Now when I do that, I go to Aalto, I go to any university, or I go to any high school. Guess what? More than half of the young people raise their hand. They want to start a company. They want to go out there and they want to change the world like their friends and these many, many role models that have done the same. Look at Estonia. 1.3 million people, 10 unicorns. Highest number of unicorns per capita in the world. Where is Estonia? In Europe, in the EU. So we are winning, but we need to win all over Europe, in Spain, all over in Romania, all the countries here. There's no reason why not. And guess what? Good news. Everybody wants to be a European. When I was at Rovia and we're building Angry Birds, 47 different nationalities. Everybody wants to come here. Everybody. Why would you go to the US to study? You have to start your school day by hiding under your desk in case there's a random shooting or something like that. So, Europe is winning, but we need attitude, mindset change. That's what we need. We have everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Peter. Attitude, mindset, time to put young people in charge, to invest in why, and really to encourage the creativity. I think that it's something very, very important. Thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to propose is to have a round of questions, and I'd like really to ask every one of our speakers to be short. I will ask one question, and after I would like really to give the possibility to the room to ask questions. So, first question to Angelika Niebler. What should be the Europe's top priority in innovation? If you have to answer very shortly, what you would like to raise?
I agree, deep tech is key, but coming back to what you've said, not asking what needs to be done, but it's not in my hands, the microphone. Sorry. Yeah. So, maybe you have another microphone. First hand. No, it's not working. Sorry.
No, it's fine, no? It's okay?
No.
We should learn from you.
Yeah.
Attends.
Ah.
Yeah. Now it's working. Sorry for the interruption. So, first reaction would have been it's a deep tech, which is challenging and promising. But now listening to you, I think we're asking why and allowing the young people to decide where they think Europe
and the young people will figure out deep tech also. I mean, why not?
Exactly. So maybe allowing for a lot of freedom and flexibility in deciding what needs to be taken up. Maybe that's the right answer.
Thank you very much. Now, dear professor, a question for you. You mentioned ChatGPT, and the question behind it's about the artificial intelligence. So my question will be, how can AI change the way we think about innovation, and what Europe should do as first priority when it comes to this technology?
I think AI will be highly disruptive, my personal opinion. Probably like a basis, like an architectural innovation that changes, disrupts every industry, every sector. And I think Europe has done well with its early investments into AI. I think we got that right. The challenge, again, I think, is what we talked about, getting it out there, commercialization, building companies, scaling them up. And in order to do that, I do think one has to ask the people we want to do it, the young people. And they know it's not rocket science. If you ask entrepreneurial-minded students, what do you need from your educational institutions to start more often companies and to get better at it, they'll tell you extremely simple things that they want to be able to take off a semester without having to have a legal foundation already, because that happens when they have time off. There's so simple things you could implement them without a budget even in probably 2 weeks' time. Yeah. Why that is not done? It's a mystery to me. And even though I said myself we have very good education, I believe that, I also think if we had invited a time traveler into 2023, this person would have a difficulty understanding what is this and internet and everything. But the school system, they would recognize, classes divided by subjects in school. At university, we divide between, the disciplines. And we do know innovation happens when you bring together business students with engineering students or with computer science students. Yet that is extremely difficult, at least I can say in Germany. Maybe it's different in other European countries. Why? Why do we stick to a basically unchanged system of education, really? That is my question. And it seems to be so hard to change the way we do schooling. And if you look at the ed-tech startups, the education technology startups around the world, they have a number of things in common. They do project-based learning, where students learn from and with each other on projects. And when that project requires math, they'll learn about math. And when it requires history, they'll learn about history. And it seems to be meeting today's needs, as you said. It's problem solving, it's creativity, it's analytical thinking, all of the things you said. And I'm glad the word creativity was mentioned here, because I rarely hear it. People talk about innovation, they desire innovation, but they forget creativity is the prerequisite for innovation. You will not have innovation without creativity. And creativity thrives in one place only, at the edge of chaos. Not in chaos, but close to chaos. So we have to create spaces that allow that kind of chaos. And sometimes I think the biggest strength of a country or a continent are also its biggest weaknesses. We need more spaces where people can just go and build without having to ask for permission, especially at the educational institutions. I don't think at the universities I know there are spaces where students can just go and set up camp for a venture. They can change the walls without having to ask for permission. Yet that was the secret behind MIT's Building 20. That was home for the most important startups at MIT. You could just go there, an ugly old building, but you could set up camp. You could live there. You had a room. There are no rooms you can take. Yeah? And the other big disadvantage, particularly of German universities, there are other countries in Europe, I think, that do it much better. Students rarely live at their educational institutions, but in socializing, having student clubs, sometimes a college system where you sleep, that's how you interact, that's how you discuss ideas, you know, the density, the socializing. And my thesis is, in 10 years' time, you asked about AI and education, universities will not be in charge of delivering human capital, that is skills, because skills are ubiquitous. You can go on YouTube and find the best teacher. There's absolutely no reason to learn strategy from me. You know, there are better teachers out there. But what a university can and should and probably has to offer is social capital, your network, your peers, the people you get to know, you learn from, that stick with you. And if we don't do that, I think some education institutions will not be up for the challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now a question for Milena Stoicheva. Well, you insisted a lot on our assets, our diversity, and you already pointed out that what are the main challenges. But if you have to identify the encouraging signals that are coming to us, saying that Europe should lead in this new wave of innovation, what will be these signals for you, especially taking into account the role of education?
Well, I think that the young people are choosing they are choosing the entrepreneurial pathway. And as Peter was saying, we also have big events. I invite you to join Gen E, which is Generation E festival that we're organizing every year in 41 countries in Europe. Anyhow, to me, the biggest inspiration is that young people are choosing to be creators. And the more space we give to them within the educational systems, but also in society, because we need to change the mentality of the risk-averse culture in Europe. It is still quite risk-averse, and it's still punishing if you fail people. So learning by doing methodology, to be everywhere in each school, is one thing we really need to do, to unite around. We need to also provide enough role models. And this means everybody can do it. Everybody can do their own little step to join that effort in working with the schools, with the young people, and also to support the bottlenecks in the regulation system. And I want to say something that I couldn't say previously, but you asked about AI. And I think AI is at a threshold because it's going to make the next step now revolutionary, which is going to change our lives completely. And we need to be aware of that. We need to think of ways how we can be ahead of the AI. But before we do this, we need to really pay attention on the human eye and invest in the human eye, because AI is going to run our lives if the human eye is not developed and doesn't help us understand it and then use it to our advantage.
Thank
so
you.
I will bet on this, on investing in young people and providing role models and doing away with too much regulation, but creating a single market.
Thank you. Thank you, Milena. Now, there is many positive things, but there is negative aspects too when we talk about innovation, and that will be my question to you, dear Jan. We know that when we talk about innovation, there is a huge divide between member states and within a member state between different regions. So my question is how we can tackle this challenge, how we can bridge the gap between north, south, east, west, while at the same time building this European innovation ecosystem.
It's indeed, I don't think my mic works. Is this working? Yes, this is working. I think it's a hidden test. I don't know what they're testing, but they're testing something. No, I think It's a very pertinent question. I think the good thing is that innovation, everyone knows that innovation is a team sport. Yeah? You need different players to make sure that innovation happens. We were in Silicon Valley last month together for Team Europe. And indeed, as Peter said, we shouldn't try to copy, but we should also look at what they do well. And I think if you look at regions like Austin or Boston, they do realize that the win of the ecosystem is a win for their individuals. And so they have top universities, they have startups that they create, they have corporates. And they know that if a startup is successful, it's good for the university and so on. So it's not a zero-sum game. Yeah? And I think in the European Innovation Agenda, this concept is translated into innovation valleys that have to collaborate inside themselves, but between themselves. So they need to know each other. They need to exchange also best practices. Some of these things are already happening. You mentioned the Coalition of the Willing, or you didn't, but now I will, which is an initiative that I have the honor of leading, and where startups, corporates, local authorities all over Europe are working together with the European Innovation Agenda as a driver. The fact to have this driver is important. We are also now looking at how we can collaborate more efficiently with universities. And then a side remark, there is also a strength of Europe, which is the creative industries. It can be a way to anchor our innovation. Now, we have to realize that there are not only strong and weak regions, but there are also, I think, strong and weak, or I don't like weak, let's call them fragile players in the startup ecosystems, in innovation ecosystems. An example, in Croatia, they are doing nice things with AI, but they only organized their startup association last year. They're people full of passion, they're doing fantastic things. They joined our board, it's our only female board member, so we're super happy about this. But they are fragile because they are new to this game, and they are essential to collaborate. If you want to collaborate, if you want to exchange, they're essential, but they don't have resources. So I think that's where we didn't speak a lot about the European Commission, Europe, till now, but I think that's one of the roles that could play, is to make sure that when connecting these different regions, north, south, east, west, that we are aware that they are more fragile players and that you could support them. Yeah? If I can finish by saying that I know there are a lot of things have already been done to be tailored towards startups and startup ecosystems, and that's very good, but I think we need to go further. There are calls on European innovation ecosystems, which are great, but the application procedure is still the same as a very long time ago. I think you should need a one-pager, invite the best, pitch, and you have a decision within 3 weeks. Because otherwise, it's such a lottery and such an effort, and people go broke by trying to do the right things. So take it as a positive criticism. So I think we are on the right track, but there are next steps to take.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jan. Now, another difficult question for Peter, because, well, one thing we didn't talk about, the importance of venture capital and how to attract private investment, because we know that in Europe we should insist a lot on this. But maybe one thing I would like to share for the first quarter of 2023, we have figures that are showing that now the investments in Europe, for the first time, as investments in deep tech surpassed any other investments in fintech or other digital area. So Peter, my question is, how do you see the evolution of venture capital investment in this innovation that matters? And yes, if we may, last question, how we can attract more private investment coming from institutional partners, from pension funds, because that is something that we miss in Europe. There is a huge need of that.
Yeah, well, but I think that it's let's say in the end, it's pretty simple, that the money will come to the best startups. And I think that then if we can show that we have the best startups, then like done. So I think that's not kind of like super difficult in the end. And I mean, I mentioned like at Slush that we had $1 trillion in venture capital, and there's like no bigger gathering of venture capital anywhere else. And that's just because all the best startups are there, and all those best startups are there because all the investors are there. So it's kind of like this kind of like self kind of like reinforcing positive like development. So I think that and I think that we already have like gotten a lot of that going. I mean, already like the investments that we now see in deep tech, and personally I don't really care kind of like where the investment is going, as long as it's flowing in like massively into EU, because I don't know what the next big thing is, and I don't think anybody knows. I mean, the market will figure it out, and I think that it's very important also that we don't try to be smarter than the market, and like if we then crowd out like the private investors, they will never come there. So I think that this is also like what I see in many places, that, oh, we don't have like, let's say early stage, or we don't have this and we don't have that we need to kind of like step in and like help. And then, like having government step in and help, sometimes it's not so helpful long term. So I think that that's also one thing that I get very concerned when I hear that, like people want to help that way. Yeah, I'm like eternal optimist. So I think that we're actually doing much better. We're actually doing pretty well if I look at Europe right now, and now we just need to make sure that we keep like supporting that. It doesn't always mean that we need to kind of like step in and the government gives you money, but I think that it's supporting the young people, and I really believe that once we have role models, then young people see that, hey, if that guy, girl can do that, so can I. And I think that this is something that we see everywhere. But if you don't have the role models, then you don't even know that it's something that you can do. So I think that like my question to the young people like 2007, about starting a startup, many people were like, what is a startup? If you don't even know, and then only think that, oh, I can become like a ice hockey player or something like that, because you see lots of people from Finland becoming ice hockey players, so apparently that is what you do. But then when you start seeing that, okay, now people are becoming startup founders and they're doing these amazing things, and remember like Ilkka and the guys, so they started like Supercell, and they looked at Rovio and Angry Birds and said that, hey, if the Rovio guys can do that, so can we. And they did actually 10 times better. So I think that is kind of like how it works. So I think that we need to celebrate success more. Mm-hmm. I think that this is one thing that we need to do in Europe, that it's not like, oh, that this guy is like very successful, he must have done something, like bad or something like that. But I mean, it's okay. And I think this is one area where the US is much better at celebrating the entrepreneurs. I mean, we can all name Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But how many European like successful entrepreneurs can we just like line up like immediately? So more role models, then our young people will go and do the same.
Thank you. Isabel, you wanted to react? Change the narrative.
Thank you. I fully agree with the point of role model and positive imagery, and I wanted to highlight the point of the role of the media. There's a fascinating study done in Brazil, in the favelas, where researchers tracked that the lives of the people changed the moment they had access to cable TV, and the lives changed in the direction of the series, the telenovelas that they saw on TV. So media is probably one of the biggest role models in how you perceive something. And an anecdote from Germany, we have a popular TV format called Tatort, or Crime Scene, that approximately 10% of Germans watch.
So everybody wants to become a criminal now.
Yeah. Pardon me?
So everybody wants to become a criminal.
Yeah, similarly, not in a funny way. So can you guess, in this Crime Scene format, a colleague on media research did an analysis which protagonist was most likely, if you analyze all the episodes, to be the murderer? It was the entrepreneur. And it leaves an image, of course. So the image, is it something that's positively connected, or do we portray entrepreneurs as these people, that are scheming and doing bad things? So the media, I find, probably has a lot more influence than the research I and my colleagues do, because that's what people perceive. And maybe we could also have more TV shows with positive role models of male and female entrepreneurs. And we know that once these crime episodes started, more women wanted to become police officers immediately, because there were many female police officers portrayed on TV. So media does have a big effect, and maybe we can use that to role model and have a more positive image for entrepreneurship in Europe.
Thank you.
Very good.
Well, now
I just want
would like to catch
interject.
up a little bit with the delay that we had just initially. Maybe 10 minutes maximum for the discussion with the room. So please present yourself and ask your question. Well, a lot of questions. How we'll proceed, I will take a group of 3 questions and you can answer, and we have a second group. Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. So, please, micro.
Hi, Natalia Gavrilica from Moldova. Thank you for this interesting panel. Clearly, you know, we need to capitalize on the advantages that exist in Europe to spur innovation and to improve the competitiveness of our companies. But at the same time, you know, lately we have seen a lot of discussions about the role of deep tech, particularly when it comes to hybrid war, which is very important for Moldova. I mean, one of the things that we need to ensure is that you know, we continue to maintain a healthy democracy, the rule of law in Europe. After all, this was mentioned as one of our main advantages and probably why so many people want to be European. But you know, we have seen deep fakes that are very difficult to discern, you know, the truth from the lies. And while I understand the need for Europe to regulate less and you know, ease and facilitate administrative procedures and, you know, think about this flow of resources, venture capital, you know, ease of doing business and so on. But at the same time, how do we protect our democracy from the fakes that will appear on different media outlets? Because young people are also very exposed to online content.
Maybe blockchain can help with fakes.
Yes.
Students sent me a video of myself talking on things I hadn't said. That you can do that with AI now. And so whenever I see a funny video of a politician, I think, did he or she really say that, or did someone deep fake it? But blockchain can help, because with blockchain you would have metadata on the blockchain, so being immutable. And then in the future, maybe you could look up and say, it really originated from that party or that person, and that wouldn't be the case with a fake. So you could look it up if you know, implement it.
That depends on the blockchain, but it's from my side, I would like to insist on the role of education and the critical thinking.
Yes.
If in all our curricula we manage to introduce the 8 actions that everyone have to check before knowing that it's fake or not, I think that we can already advance a lot. Because actually that's not the case in our education system. So for me, education is key here to preserve this critical thinking, to know how and what to do. Of course, there will be always technologies that are evolving more rapidly than our education systems or even our knowledge, but that can help a lot. Of course, there is no miracle solution, and I see that here, Peter and Angelica, you'd like to add. Probably that's a bouquet of answers.
Well, thank you for the question, because I think that's really important, and I fully share your concerns on that. Right now in the European Parliament, we are heavily debating on the AI regulation, which is going to come up. We are the first region in the world who tries to find the right balance. So, and I really would like you to engage as well, because, you know, we do not want to kill any innovation and any technology, but on the other hand, we have really learning from the past. We have it's a huge, it's such a massive power which is invested in deep tech, and if you talk to well-educated people, it's maybe they are more sensitive on that issue, yeah. But if you look how people are consuming media, so I think that we have to look at it carefully. And for me, still debating is going on in the parliament on how do we find the right balance, yeah? And it's not yet sorted out. So your idea on sandboxes, etc., I think it's important.
Peter, just simply.
Yeah, maybe just
in
second
to take
the education side. And I mean, coming from Finland, and we have been living next to like evil for like a long time. So we have had that as part of like the total like defense always, that we need to educate the people so that they don't believe like everything. And I think that that's the only like long-term solution, because technology will like move forward like super fast, and we can't regulate everything. So I think that we need to make sure that our people ask why, and really question everything. I think that's super important. And we know, like in many places, that a lot of people who are not very well educated, they believe anything, and it's a bad and a big problem. So yeah.
Thank you. Now there is 3 persons from that side. I propose really to receive the 3 questions and to answer after. Yes, please.
Yes.
Michel Barnier.
Just a short point. Thank you very much, Maya, for the very stimulating debate, and to all of you. Just one point following the point mentioned by Angelica. You spoke during this debate about flexibility, education, trust. But we are at the same time informed of all the consequences of, for instance, ChatGPT, mentioned by several of you. And the consequences on the free competition, the fair competition also, about our autonomy, and so many consequences. May I ask you, do you think that there is a necessity of a regulation for ChatGPT, and if yes, at what level? And where will be the threshold of this regulation? Huh?
Yeah. I think that we actually have some regulation for some of the technologies, too much regulation for some of the already technologies that are past, because we are living in a new reality. I mean, digital technologies are pervasive, they're everywhere. But we need to have a serious discussion, and everyone's been warning about this, about the role of ChatGPT and where it gets next in its interaction with the rest of the platforms. And this is something that needs to be done right away. We cannot wait too long, and to be before, I mean, ahead of the game, rather than be following the game. So this is a serious topic that everyone, and we need to involve the whole society in this discussion. It's not about regulators, politicians, governments, it's about everybody, because it is being promoted and it's expanding because of the interaction between different private players, startups experimenting with this tremendously. And soon, there are a lot of people that are warning that this will be almost like the next revolution, like the internet change.
Yeah, but it already is, and I mean, we just need to make sure that all our young people use ChatGPT and everything else out there. I mean, that's like the only solution. We can't like stop people from using technology. I mean, that would be like super bad. So, I mean, at least like all the universities that I know, like for example in Finland, they encourage the students to use ChatGPT. I mean, like, of course. I mean, it's there, it's a tool. I mean, it's a little bit like you can't use a calculator, or you can't use Excel, or you can't use like computers, or you can't use this. I mean, it's again, we can't fight that kind of like development. But then, you know, here we talked about regulation. It's not that we need kind of like less regulation, but we need smarter regulation. And we need regulation that enables all of us to kind of like do more. I think that is something that is very, very important, but it's always like when we don't understand something that, okay, like now we have all these clueless people in the US, okay, Elon Musk and all these guys that, oh, we need to stop development for half a year. Yeah, they want to do that because they are behind. But I mean, that's not a solution, because other people, China, everybody else will move forward. So I think that we need to deal with it. We need to understand it. So again, all our young people should be using all of these technologies so that we actually understand what it's all about and we learn how to use them. So I think that that's, again, education. Short.
Thank you.
Yes.
2 other questions?
Thank you. Excuse me, I will speak in French. Alors, en réalité, le concept ou le phénomène d'innovation ne mérite pas aujourd'hui débat. Parce que nous sommes aujourd'hui d'accord que l'innovation ne permet pas uniquement d'assurer la pérennité des entreprises, mais carrément d'assurer l'agilité des économies. Et on a vu l'expérience avec les récentes crises qui se sont succédées sanitaires et avec également les nouvelles tendances. L'économie circulaire, l'entrepreneuriat social, l'entrepreneuriat vert, solidaire, etc. Mais je pense qu'aujourd'hui, la question qu'on doit se poser, c'est de quel type d'innovation parle-t-on ? Est-ce qu'il s'agit d'innovation classique? On va encourager et mettre en place des stratégies et des politiques publiques pour encourager l'innovation. Ou encore, il faut aller vers en profondeur et aller vers, par exemple, ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui l'innovation ouverte ou l'open innovation, et encourager les grandes entreprises à collaborer avec des start-upers, des jeunes entrepreneurs, essayer de collaborer avec eux pour qu'ils trouvent des solutions à leurs attentes et à leurs besoins. Et je pense que ceci va dynamiser l'écosystème entrepreneurial davantage. Et lorsque vous dites économie ou écosystème entrepreneurial, je suis entièrement d'accord avec vous lorsque vous dites qu'il ne faut pas répliquer les écosystèmes entrepreneuriaux et il faut aller ou migrer vers la création de leur propre écosystème entrepreneurial. Mais là, il ne faut pas oublier un pan très très important, c'est l'écosystème d'accompagnement. Et là, je pense qu'il faut vraiment veiller à créer des outils de pilotage et d'évaluation pour mesurer l'impact de ces structures d'accompagnement. On a beau créer des incubateurs, des spin-offs, des accélérateurs, etc. Mais quel est l'impact réellement? Est-ce qu'ils assurent vraiment la pérennité des startups?
Merci. On va prendre les questions et on va essayer vraiment de finaliser la discussion parce que vous voyez, même j'ai continué en français. Si, please, ask your question.
Thank you very much for this panel and especially to talk about the role of youth in the innovation. I'm Francesco Alimena from European Democrat Students, and I have a question for Peter. So I want to ask you what advice you would like to give to young people who want to pursue an entrepreneur's career, because you talked before about mindset, and sometimes young people have a great desire to realize new projects or, for example, application, but sometimes due to bureaucracies and taxes, they sometimes give up pursuing their own project. Thank you.
Thank you. And last question, please.
Thank you very much. Artur Gerasimov, Ukrainian Parliament, European Solidarity Party. First of all, dear colleague, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart to all Ukrainian people for supporting Ukraine. Believe we really value that. From small people to... This is, I evaluate it only as for all Ukrainian people and mostly for Ukrainian soldiers. My strong belief that this panel is the key panel of our meeting for these 2 days, key panel. Because as all of us understand that without defeat of Putin, we don't have bright future in Europe. Without innovation, we also don't have bright future in Europe. And thank you very much for supporting Ukrainian startups. We know about this 20 million program, thank you for that. We know about Horizon Europe, also supporting Ukrainians. And my question is very, very simple. Now, almost 1 year of this 20 million program, Horizon Europe program, what result of this program from Ukrainian IT specialists, from Ukrainian startups, you see or you feel, not for Ukrainian startups, but for European innovation industry, for European enterprises, for European industries? Yeah. So I don't know who to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I would like really to leave, Peter, there was a question directly to you, and after is someone else would like to answer to the question to the accompanying measures, and Michel Barnier, please, feel free. Peter, maybe...
Oh, yeah, so for young people, so I think that don't be afraid of like going out there and doing stuff. So I think that's the most important thing, and then I don't think that I've come across any entrepreneur that hasn't started his or her company because of taxes and bureaucracy. because I mean entrepreneurs go through like anything, so it doesn't matter. But of course, we don't need unnecessary like bureaucracy and you know, and of course taxes could always be lower, but you know it is what it is. You know, coming from Finland, but I think that that again the most important thing is not to not be afraid, have the courage, go out there, do things. You know, and it's actually very easy to start a company in Europe, so I don't think there's any excuse for not doing it.
Thank you. Jan?
So responding to you, so indeed I think that open innovation is critical, but there are very different flavors of open innovation with different IPR rules, etc. There I think it's important, it's a win-win for the whole ecosystem. And you mentioned also measuring impact, and indeed, so in the European Innovation Agenda, there's a little part that is maybe a bit boring, but very important, which is like, you know, define what a startup, a scale-up is, look at how you can measure the success. And maybe we can go further there, but I think your suggestion was very relevant.
Thank you.
Maybe to add to what about the open innovation, I think what needs to happen in order for this to be really happening is that we need open-mindedness on both sides, because you cannot have the startups being there and providing solutions, and the bigger organizations or corporations, the bigger institutions, which are actually the real players on the European landscape, not participating. So there needs to be a mindset shift inside these organizations in order for this to happen.
Thank you. Final sentences, please.
Also look into how easy it is to get intellectual property out of universities. I know a number of entrepreneurs that tell me it's very difficult, and they've done startups by replicating experiments. So there are different legal perspectives in Europe. Personally, I think it makes no sense to give it to the university, because the university is not going to start a startup. It should be with the students. It is with the students, actually. But when you talk about deep tech, you need scientists. You need the postdocs, the doctoral students, sometimes the professors. And if they, from their research, have ideas that could end up in either passing it on to corporations or by starting up, then you need to get the legal boundaries out of the way. And there are studies that say it's such a pain that big companies refrain from licensing in IP developed at the university, and that, of course, is to the disadvantage of.
Yeah, this is actually one area where we need regulation, and we should force the universities to license the technology to people who will actually make it into amazing business in Europe. Because we, the taxpayers, are paying for that innovation.
Thank you.
So come on. Yeah.
Angelica, final sentence. Just
final. Well, I was honestly, for me, if you have yeah. So that would be great. So it was for me very interesting also to listen to you, and you know, being a politician and working every day in Europe and asking myself with a lot of colleagues, do we have to regulate this? Do we have, you know, there is a development going on we don't like, so we have to protect these people or these people, yeah? So I wonder, you know, we did DSA, DMA, Data Governance Act, Data Act, AI regulation, etc., etc. So I'm just wondering, yeah, are we on the wrong way, or is it okay? So that is what I think I take from this panel as a reflection also what we are doing in the European Parliament. And this is now, and again, you know, whenever, to whomever you talk, also in the EPP group, we want to support that innovation is going to happen here in Europe. That when I listen to you, Peter, I got the feeling, honestly, everything is going easily. So
yeah, but
I sometimes
mindset.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's great. And this is very encouraging, in particular for our young people. Yeah. Okay. But well, again, I think we should consider. I'm sure we have some obstacles to overcome, and let's concentrate on that. Yeah. So, but the mindset is and the role models. I think that's really key. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Angelica. 2 sentences from my side. First on Ukraine, because I think that that's the great occasion again to express our full solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people. When we talk about Ukrainian startups, they are extraordinary because they are so resilient. 70% of the Ukrainian startups are operating on the ground, even in this extraordinary difficult situation. So they have our support. It's beneficial, our partnership. We are building ecosystems together. We are identifying common strategic areas. But what is important this time is that we are co-creating the solutions from hydrogen and artificial intelligence to agriculture and food, and that's the beneficials that we have since 1 year. My last sentence, the debate was extremely rich. I would like really to say a big thank you to all our speakers. Maybe one main message: we need to change the narrative, not only the mindset, and that's why I think that this debate and the draft of the resolution that we'll vote today, it's a very good, solid point just to show that we can count on our assets. We need to give them more visibility. We need to promote our success stories, and that's at the core of the EPP and the values that we have. So thank you very much to all of you for this debate and for this extraordinary session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you to all the speakers. Thank you so much. Moving on to chair our third and final session for today on the EPP as the advocate for rural areas, a very important subject, as you all know. I would like to welcome EPP Vice President David McAllister to the stage. You can start here or there, wherever you wish. Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear EPP friends, since we're running late, we better kick off. I would like to welcome you all to the third and the final panel of this afternoon. Under the title, The European People's Party as the Advocate for the Rural Areas, I have the honor of chairing this discussion. I am joined on stage by 4 impressive guest speakers. The lady on our panel is Maria Vučković. She is a Minister of Agriculture in Croatia since 2019. Then we have sitting on the stage, over there, our external guest, Mr. Günther Felsner. He is the President of the Bavarian Farmers Association since October 22. Herzlich willkommen. Then we have another minister. He's sitting next to me, Kęstutis Navickas. He is the Minister for Agriculture of Lithuania since 2020. And finally, a well-known colleague, Herbert Dorfmann from Südtirol in Italy, who is a member of the Agri Committee in the European Parliament and our coordinator for the EPP group. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will give very brief introductory remarks because we want to hear our speakers. Why did we put this on the agenda? And I would like to thank our President, Manfred Weber, for his initiative, because we, the European People's Party, are the party for the metropolitan areas, for the big cities, but we are also the party for the rural areas. And we want to be a bridge builder between the metropolitan areas and the rural areas. And already today, discussing with Friedrich Merz and Markus Söder, we heard and learned a lot about the expectations that not only farmers, but in general people in the rural areas have towards us as EPP. Rural areas cover more than 80% of the European Union's territory and are home to 137 million people, representing almost 30% of the EU's population. And these people, of course, deserve a voice. Many rural areas across the European Union, across Europe, across our 27 member states, face the same challenges. The population is on average older than in urban areas, and it will slowly start to shrink in the coming decade. When coupled with a lack of connectivity, underdeveloped infrastructure, and absence of diverse employment opportunities, and limited access to services, this could make rural areas less attractive to live and work in. To keep the timetable, and we're running late anyhow, I will now immediately hand over to our 4 guest speakers, and we've decided the following thing. Every one of them will have about 3 minutes time for an introductory statement, and then we will have a conversation with a few guiding questions from my side, and then we will open up the floor for all of you. And I would now first like to ask the Minister from Croatia for her introductory remarks. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. McAllister, dear colleagues, dear representatives of farmers and EPP, it is my great pleasure to be here and to participate in this session dedicated to rural areas. The topic is big and complex one and can be approached from many different angles. I will focus on the current and future priorities of agricultural policy, which is the main area of my professional interest. And I would like to use this opportunity to highlight some important issues that we deal with in the EU agriculture and to suggest approaches in resolving these issues. The Common Agricultural Policy, originally established to increase agricultural production while stabilizing markets and farmers' incomes, is deeply rooted in the project of European integration. As such, it is based on clear economic objectives with the noble intention of ensuring a decent life for food producers, as well as reducing the risk of poverty and hunger. At its core is recognition and a strong connection between cultivation, processing, and development of resources for the purpose of food production, and it is connected with our culture, with traditions of European nations. Respecting tradition and past at the same time, the food production under the CAP has always, in fact, been driven by technological progress, technological advances, which is why it stimulated scientific research, development, and innovation since its inception. All this led to an increase in yield, production, use of protective agents, mineral fertilizers, huge investments in irrigation, land consolidation, and increased agricultural identification and production, and we need it still. Over the decades, the confluence between capacity in the sense of technological progress and opportunity enabled by the farm support brought changes to patterns and practices we use in farming, and this was progress. Simultaneously, the reforms over the last 20 years recognized the existence of some insignificant negative externalities, the decline in biodiversity, profound environmental effects in soil, air, and water pollution. The CAP provided answers, first through agroecological schemes and later with more sophisticated instruments with that policy. Rightly so, and with the full backing of our political family, today we are talking about the need for systemic support for extensive production, organic farming, and the reduction of agrochemicals. But we have to ask ourselves, policy, has there ceased to be a need to preserve the vitality of rural areas and to ensure a dignified life and income for farmers? Has sustainability ceased to be both green and social and economic? Have our citizens, those who pay the taxes, ceased to be permanently at risk of poverty, scarcity, and lack of food at least some of them? The answers are no, no, and no. Most of the initiatives proposed over the past year see agriculture as a problem for the future of this planet, while quite the opposite, it should be seen as a part of the solution. At the same time, new legislation should not impose additional and unnecessary restrictions and increase costs of production for our farmers. And that is our approach. And let me be clear at the end. Everyone needs to contribute to a healthier planet, including farmers. However, we must be realistic in defining the common objectives and ways of achieving them. Furthermore, farmers are the ones who have been on the front line of this battle before many of us against climate change, long before the wider public and high politics go involved. So they do not need us to tell them that they are being affected by droughts, for instance, or by loss of pollinators. No. What they need from us is our respect, is finance, and they need respect for the honorable job and the public service that they do each and every day and very hard. At the end, I would like to say that agriculture was affected by many challenges over the past few years, which are out of control of agricultural policy. The national governments and the European Commission has stepped in with additional support for farmers. But we have to know always that CAP belongs to farmers. It always was and it should remain a promoter of healthy competition and entrepreneurship in rural areas, an engine for generational renewal, and an enabler for further research and scientific advancements. But more than anything else, CAP is guaranteed that our population will have access to quality and healthy food in the future, and that our rural areas will remain to be vibrant and desirable. So CAP belongs to farmers, but CAP is also Christian Democrat, CAP is EPP. So in my opinion, all these elements are important for the new European Farmers Deal, and I am honored to be in a position in which I can contribute to this discussion.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your introductory remarks. We will have a conversation later on. Ich möchte nun das Wort erteilen an Herrn Günther Felsner. Er ist Präsident des Bayerischen Bauernverbandes. Herzlich willkommen bei der EVP.
Ja, herzlichen Dank und danke für die Einladung. Als relativ neu gewählter Präsident des Bayerischen Bauernverbandes spreche ich für 140.000 landwirtschaftliche Familienbetriebe in Bayern. Das ist etwa 1/3 aller deutschen Betriebe. Und wenn man neu anfängt, dann tut man intelligenterweise genau das, was Peter Westerbacker gerade gesagt hat. Man fragt sich nicht, wie machen wir Landwirtschaft, oder wie sollen wir es tun, sondern warum tun wir es. Und wenn wir uns das anschauen, und erlauben Sie mir, dieses große Denkrad heute mal hier bei der EVP zu drehen, weil es auch eine große Zukunftsaufgabe ist. Warum machen wir in Zukunft Landwirtschaft? Weil wir alle miteinander, und wir begreifen uns als Bayerischer Bauernverband, auch das vielleicht eine interessante Idee für Sie, in Zukunft nicht als eine Interessenvertretung für 2% der Bevölkerung, nämlich der Landwirte, sondern wir begreifen uns im Angesicht dieses Zeitenwandels, den wir als Gesellschaft vor uns haben. Wir begreifen uns eigentlich als eine Denkfabrik für unsere ganze Gesellschaft, für alle, wie wir es denn schaffen können, unseren Wohlstand, den wir uns im fossilen Zeitalter erarbeitet haben, in die neue bioökonomische Zeit, in die nachhaltige Zeit zu transferieren, ohne dabei zu verlieren. Und das ist eine Riesenaufgabe, die wir in Europa schaffen können. Deswegen müssen wir schon fragen, warum tun wir es? Weil wir genau dieses Wohlstandsmodell, und unser Wohlstand soll wachsen und er soll auch allen Menschen, für alle Menschen auf der Welt wachsen, denn nur dann ist auch friedliches Zusammenleben möglich, weil dieses Wohlstandsmodell auf der fossilen Seite nicht skalierbar ist für alle Menschen auf der Welt, denn das hält unser Planet nicht aus, Stichwort Klimawandel. Deswegen müssen wir uns fragen, warum tun wir es als Landwirte? Und wo sind die Lösungen? Wir wissen eines, Wir müssen aussteigen aus der
We
Abhängigkeit
must
fossiler
leave the
Rohstoffe,
dependence on
Kohle, Öl,
fossil
Gas.
fuels,
Und die
oil,
Atomenergie möge jeder
gas,
selber
and
entscheiden, wie
as far
sinnhaft sie
as
für ihn ist und wie
nuclear
nachhaltig.
energy
Wir
is
müssen
for
rein in
everybody
die
to decide
Bioökonomie
how
als Gesellschaft.
sustainable it is.
Und diesen
We
Umstieg wollen wir mit möglichst wenig Wohlstandsverlust
the
schaffen.
change to
Und wir
take
wollen in
place
Europa
with
mit dem
as
Green Deal,
little
und ich halte die
loss
Ziele für enorm richtig,
in prosperity
vorangehen.
as
Da
possible.
brauchen wir einen offenen Geist und wir brauchen
We
auch
need to
den
have
Mut,
an open
uns in
mind, but
neue
also
Denkmodelle zu
the
bewegen. Deswegen hat mir das
pluckiness
gerade so sehr
to
gefallen.
think
Wir brauchen auch den neuen
along
Mut
new
vielleicht, aus einer gemeinsamen
thinking
Agrarpolitik,
patterns.
nicht unbedingt eine
We
gemeinsame
need
Umweltpolitik zu machen, sondern eine gemeinsame
momentum.
Zukunftspolitik für die
We
Lebensgrundlagen, die wir in Zukunft aus
create
den
future policy.
landwirtschaftlichen Nutzflächen brauchen. Und was meine ich? Der Zeitenwandel heißt nämlich, dass die Hälfte der Menschen, die in den ländlichen Räumen leben, und vor allen Dingen die Landbewirtschafter, in Zukunft nicht nur die städtischen Gebiete oder alle Menschen ernähren müssen. Das ist unsere Aufgabe schon immer,
urban
das Ethos der
areas,
Bauern.
and that is
Sondern
what
in
we've always
Zukunft
done.
auch
But in the
neben der
future,
Ernährung
in addition
eine
to
zukunftsfähige
feeding other people,
Energieversorgung darstellen müssen.
we
Ebenfalls
have
von
to
diesen Flächen,
provide
ob das nun
future-proof
Photovoltaik, ob das die
energy
Windkraft, ob das Biomasse
supply,
ist.
be
Wir
it
brauchen
biomass,
jede Art
PV.
regenerative Energie kommt von landwirtschaftlichen Nutzflächen. Das ist eine neue Aufgabe.
Every type of regenerative
Zukunftsaufgabe.
energy
Wir brauchen eine dritte,
comes
und
from
das ist die
agricultural land,
ganz
and that
zentrale,
is
und
a
da meine
future
ich,
task
die ist in der
that
Gesellschaft
we
und
have.
Wirtschaft noch zu wenig
And
angekommen. Wir brauchen neben
we
Ernährung,
need,
neben
next to
Energieproduktion
food,
in Zukunft
energy
auch eine
production, we're
Dekarbonisierung
also going to
unserer ganzen
lead
Wirtschaftsweise.
the
Und das sind nicht nur die
decarbonization
Umstellung
of
auf regenerative
our
Energien,
economy.
sondern es
And
ist vor
it's not
allen
only
Dingen
through
auch
regenerative
der Ersatz
energy, but
fossiler
also
Grundstoffe
the
in
replacement
Kunststoffen, in
of
Plastik. Auch
fossil
hier brauchen
fuels
wir
in plastic,
Bioökonomie,
etc. And for
Stichwort,
that, we need the bioeconomy.
recycelbare
We
Kunststoffe,
need
im Prinzip den
recyclable
Klimawandel zu beschränken. Und als
plastics in order
Viertes
to
brauchen wir den
limit
Schutz der
climate change.
Lebensgrundlagen und unserer
And
Ressourcen. Und so
we
verstehen
also
wir
need
in
the
Zukunft
protection
Landwirtschaft. Und ich glaube
of
und bin sicher, das ist in Europa
protection. And I
möglich.
think that
Ich war
it is possible in
die
Europe.
letzten 2 Tage in Brüssel und habe viele
I was
Gespräche
in
geführt.
Brussels
Ich
for
habe
the
eines
past 2 days
festgestellt,
and
als jetzt aus Bayern und Deutschland
partook in
kommender
a lot of
Mitdenker.
discussions. And
Wir haben
what
in
I
Brüssel,
ascertained
glaube
is as
ich,
follows.
viele Politikbereiche
We
sektoral
have
aufgestellt. Die
sectoral
Agrarpolitik hier, die
political
Umweltpolitik hier, und
policy
jeder
areas,
beansprucht Fläche. Die
agricultural, industrial, etc.
Energieproduktion haben wir in Europa nicht so auf dem Schirm, weil das Einzelstaatenlösungen
we
sind.
don't really
Und
have an
deswegen
energy
neigt man
policy area
schnell
because it's
dazu,
down to the member states.
im Agrarbereich
And,
Agrarlösungen zu definieren,
that
im
is why
Umweltbereich
one
Umweltlösungen zu
is
definieren, aber immer auf der gleichen Fläche.
inclined to
Wir haben aber nur
solve
nun mal nicht
sectoral
zweimal und dreimal die Fläche, sondern nur
problems
einmal. Und
with
deswegen müssen wir uns,
sectoral
glaube ich, im
policies.
Kopf
And I think
umparken
that
und
we
müssen
need to
raus
have a
aus diesen
rethink
eindimensionalen
to
Lösungen,
get out of
nämlich
these
Fläche für Ernährung, Fläche für Energie, Fläche für
unidimensional
Dekarbonisierung, Fläche für Schutzgebiete.
solutions,
Denn wir haben nicht viermal diese
agricultural
Fläche,
land
um uns als Gesellschaft
for
umzuorganisieren.
decarbonization
Wir
or for
brauchen
feed.
multifunktionale
We have to
Lösungen.
have
Und das sind die
multifunctional
Denkmodelle der Zukunft und darauf muss
solutions, and
Politik
those are the
reagieren.
models of the future
Das ist, glaube
to
ich,
which
das, was wir in
the
Zukunft
political
denken und
world
in
must
Politik
react.
umsetzen. Das nun als
And
letzten
so
Satz. Dafür brauchen wir auch die Freiheit,
we also
Dinge auszuprobieren,
need
den
the
Mut,
liberty
gewohnte
and the
Positionen
courage
zu verlassen.
to
Und ich glaube, wir sind
try new
zu
things
stark
and leave old
durchreglementiert in
things.
Europa,
We are
in unseren
too
politischen,
strongly
Prozessen.
regulated
Wir
in our
fragen uns
political
nicht,
processes
warum
in Europe.
müssen wir
We
Flächen
don't
stilllegen?
ask
Dann frage
ourselves
ich,
why
warum?
we have to
Kann ich die
lay
4 Ziele damit erreichen? Nein, nur eines.
areas
Warum dürfen wir mit der
fallow.
Industrie
Can I
Emissionsrichtlinie
achieve the 4
Tiere
goals with that? No,
nicht mehr
only
in
one.
Stellen halten wie gewohnt? Ist das ein einzelnes Ziel oder ist das dem
We have to
Gesamtziel
look
dienlich? Nein,
whether it
Tiere
serves
sind kein Teil
several
unseres Klimaproblems, die bewegen
goals.
sich bereits im grünen Kohlenstoffkreislauf. Und viele solche Dinge, wir
So
müssen
a lot
fragen,
of
warum.
these
Das ist
things
für
we
mich
have to
das
ask the
wichtigste
why behind
Statement
them. I
heute.
think that
Und
is
dürfen
the
uns
most
nicht
important
verlieren in Einzelzielen
statement.
aus dem
We should
alten
not get
Denkmodell.
lost or bogged down
Extensivierung
in
ist gut. Nein, das ist
single
dann gut, wenn man zu viel Fläche hat, aber nicht, wenn
goals.
man zu wenig hat. Die neuen Ziele brauchen multifunktionales
We
Denken
need
und brauchen effektive
multifunctional
Prozesse, brauchen
thinking. We
Innovation.
need efficient
Und wir, wenn in
processes
Bayern,
and innovation.
Markus Söder ist schon
And
weg, das
Markus
Ding
Söder has
aufbrechen
after, we have to have proposals for the future that meet these 4 goals.
Vielen Dank, sehr geehrter Herr Felsner, für Ihr einführendes Statement.
Thank you very much for your
Before I give the floor
statement.
to the next speaker, could I ask somebody from the EPP team or from the CSU to perhaps ask those colleagues who are beyond the blue wall to continue their conversations outside the building or somewhere in the cafe. I think it's a bit disturbing for us here who want to follow the debate. So I hope somebody heard me. Fühlt sich jemand verantwortlich?
Does somebody feel responsible for what I've just said?
Kann irgendeiner für Ruhe sorgen?
Can
Zur
someone
Not der
please silence
Generalsekretär.
the crowd?
So, and now I give the floor to our guest from Lithuania, our EPP friend, Minister Navickas. He's the Minister of Agriculture since 2020 in beautiful Lithuania.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's very good to talk about something solid and real after innovations. Anyway, we all need food and beer after that. So, but few statements I would like to say. It's food security. If it would be an issue 4 years ago, that would be every one of us would be say it's nonsense. It's nonsense in Europe, as we are a union which is exporting the food. And it was like everyone was on this statement, but you know, after that we had a COVID, and now we have a brutal Russian invasion to Ukraine, which is we understood that how fragile is not only logistics, not only agriculture activities, but it's most important also fragile energy supplies, information management things. Knowing about our reserves, food reserves, and how we manage. So a lot of things happening and still happening up to now, and that is something what should be reconsidering very seriously. Also the political situation also in Europe. Even we are, as I said, all recognized as a country of food export. Second, my notes, which I would like to mention. So now we live into the end of the one political cycle, beginning to the next, and all speakers at the introduction was talking about that. And what we experience up to now, we have like 4 big initiatives from Europe Commission, which is like try to catch time lost because of the reasons and food security and also 4 upcoming one. And it's nothing wrong with these initiatives would be if they would not compete for the same piece of land, for the same fundings, cap fundings, and I think it is also not least important. It's a occupation of the farmers, and what us makes as a ministers makes very worried that these initiatives there's like some like it seems that looks like the different DGs competing among self for the same for what I said for the same piece of land. For instance, if we have issues for which is tackled by biodiversity or farmland landscape diversity, but on the other hand, it's also tackle climate change mitigation issues. I mean, this should be somehow considering, and also second thing that this year it's the first year of the new cap, and a lot of also issues for sustainable farming already here, and nobody is considering. Actually, even what is sad that we are not recognizing that we already did some steps towards to the sustainability. So, in conclude of this statement, I would say that sober sustainability would be it is what we needed because you mentioned in the previous discussion about these fights among Greens and conservative parties, urban and rural areas. It's not because of the competition. I think it's understanding because farmers do very hard work to provide food for all of us, and putting all problems which we think that appears because of agriculture. It's not fair. It's not fair because I think that farmers did a lot, will do a lot, and doing a lot, and this should be recognized and I think appreciated by farmers, our farmers, European farmers as well. So, once again, I think this recognition and sober sustainability, this is what we need in our future political statements.
Thank you, Minister Navickas, for your introductory remarks. And now I hand over to somebody who's well known, Herbert Dorfmann, our friend from Südtirol. Lieber Herbert, bitte deine einführenden Worte.
Thank you, David. Well, I will take the same opportunity as our President Manfred Weber did today. I will speak here in Munich in my mother tongue in German. Ja, ich denke, Politik braucht Ziele.
I think that politics needs goals, and in order to achieve goals, you need measures. And if you want to conduct good policy, you have to agree on the goals and measures with those who are going to affect. So what is happening in agricultural policy and the proposals that we have on the table, that is not happening. The proposals about agricultural policy are not discussed with with farmers and those living in rural areas. They are coming from people working in offers and from people who have never worked one single day on an agricultural holding. They're worthless, and the proposals lack in quality. We have a very clear idea on what agriculture should be. It has to be innovative, sustainable from an economic viewpoint. It has to be attractive to young people, women, and everything is legitimate and necessary, be you a big farmer or a more small scale farmer. Ukraine is, we have 50 million tons of cereals, and this country is at war, and we cannot do as if, act as if this isn't happening. I think that lying land fallow wouldn't make sense. But it is absurd to have a nature restoration law right now where there is, we're talking about laying fallow 10% of surface areas in Europe. We don't need to be good mathematicians to understand that there'll be less production if there'll be more intensive use of the other surface areas, which is in the purpose of all of this. And so they're talking about looking backwards. We should bring back agriculture to what it was in 1950. And we see that in the lack of quality in legislative proposals and also in the proposals on plant protection products reduction. And when it comes to forestry, we have had 12 proposals from the Commission, and Our colleague Markus Pieper took months to convince the Commission that a sustainable use of wood isn't as silly. Something which every normal farmer understands. So we don't want to be a party that just rejects things, but we have a clear idea on how agriculture should work in Europe, and we believe that things are not going in the right direction. On the contrary, it will take us backwards.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank, lieber Herbert Dorfmann.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herbert, for your introductory words.
Questions to our panelists, and then we will open up the floor. Let's begin with our minister from Croatia. Minister Vučković, you've been a minister for agriculture for nearly 4 years in Croatia, and you're a practitioner. You might have followed, I guess you will, that Herbert Dorfmann, together with our EPP Vice President Siegfried Muresan, and also with support of Norbert Linz, who's here with us from the German CDU, who chairs the Agri Committee, they have prepared a paper, an EPP vision for our rural areas and the agricultural sector. How do you see this paper? Are we getting it right? And what is your experience as a minister? What can we do as EPP, or in your case, the HDZ? What can we do to remain the leading voice for people?
All we from EPP are advocating clearly that sustainability has 3 pillars: green, and not only green, economic and social. And we are advocating productivity, investments, transformation, generational renewal, as well as green architecture too. And that is the basis of agricultural policy, and it has to stay like that. And we are different in that sense. Also, when we are talking about biodiversity, about ecological problems, we recognize it and we propose measures. But we are the only one who knows that all those beautiful landscape, biodiversity, ecological systems are done by native population, not by passers-by. And if you lose that population and young people there, we won't have anything. And that's the basic difference. And in that context, I see this paper and resolution as very serious and as important step because of farmers, because they deserve respect, finance, and stability, and that is the way.
Hvala lijepa. Herr Felsner, Sie sind der einzige
Mr. Felsner, you are the only non-politician here on the podium.
Und meine Frage an Sie
and my question to you is,
vielleicht hatten Sie auch eine Gelegenheit, sich mal das
perhaps
Papier
you had an opportunity
anzuschauen.
to look at our paper.
Was würden Sie sagen als Präsident
What
des
would you
Bayerischen
say as a
Bauernverbandes?
chairman of the
Wo haben wir als
Bavarian Farmers
EVP-Fraktion
Association?
das richtig
Where did
eingeschätzt?
we
Welchen konkreten
what did
zusätzlichen
we
Rat
did
würden Sie
right,
uns
and what
geben?
would be
Und
your additional
die
advice
Frage an den
to us?
Verbandsfunktionär.
And my question to you as the chair
Wie schaffen
of this
Sie es
association,
zusammen
how
mit
do
Ihren
you
Kolleginnen
manage
und
together
Kollegen aus
with
der
your
Landwirtschaft
colleagues
aus allen 27
in the
Mitgliedstaaten
27 member states,
durchzudringen,
how do you
damit die Europäische
penetrate,
Kommission
how can you reach
künftig
the European
Entscheidungen
Commission
eben
so
auch
that
so
it
trifft,
takes
dass sie die
decisions in such a
besonderen
way
Interessen der
that it
Landwirtschaft
takes into account
mehr
the particular
berücksichtigt?
interests of farmers?
Ja, das wäre jetzt natürlich
So that, of
die
course,
große Generallösung,
is,
wenn
would
ich
be the
Ihnen sagen
big
könnte, wie wir das
solution if I
komplett
could
schaffen,
tell you
aber
how we
ich
could do
möchte
that.
damit anfangen.
But let me start with something else.
Ich glaube,
I think we contribute, we make contributions as one of many advisors in Brussels. We'd like to formulate this positively. We don't see ourselves as lobbyists for particular interests. I tried to mention that earlier on. We really want to be constructive, make a constructive contribution. We have an office of 10 people present in Brussels. We have additionally somebody for forestry that we included in our team because we found that advice is necessary. Advice from practitioners in Brussels. We were happy to do so. So we'd like to thank the EPP family because this paper is a very practical paper to some extent. I think it's an appeal to us practitioners, to contribute even more, to get involved even more. Just spent 2 days in Brussels, I told you. I could proclaim a big success after these 2 days. On Tuesday and Wednesday we were in Brussels, and on Thursday the EPP comes to Munich with a moratorium. That is just in time, and it's a pleasure to hear that. But Manfred Weber, we talked about this a lot, so I'd like to thank the whole EPP family, Norbert Linz, everybody, Mr. Mortel, so because these are signals to the world, and that these things have become possible. Now, as to your paper on the restoration of nature, on the IID, SUR,
Ich glaube, dass es einfach zu kurz gedacht ist und dass es zum Teil aus dem letzten Jahrhundert ist.
It's thinking that dates back to the past century. If we want to reach these goals of restoring nature or reducing the use of insecticides, only sectorally. Restoration alone, the word restoration alone is negative if you think of the future, because with the state of the past we cannot solve tomorrow's challenges, and restoration also means, in my view, and in Germany we have some experience with Greens, green politicians, farm politicians, and their idea is the more you go back into the past, the more extensive farming takes place, the lower the yields are, the more compatible farming is for nature and the environment. And that worked in the past, but it won't be working in the future because we don't have the land to have such slow yields. That's what I called polyfunctional thinking earlier on. On the little land we have, we need to produce food, energy, and decarbonize everything, and protect our resources on top of that. And that will not work if we only think of in terms of biodiversity and low yields with eco-farming. I'm not against organic farming. It's an important tool, but it's only a tool and not an objective as such. So if we try to set out and have this new idea, we as a society needs to get organized more sustainably, and that needs to be the case in agriculture and environmental policy. We want to contribute ideas. We have some solutions. I take 100 hectares. Biodiversity is not helped. If we set aside 4 hectares close to the forest and the 96 remaining hectares we farm intensively and not with a lot of biodiversity. So there are some systems that manage to guarantee biodiversity, energy production, food production, constituting humus by using intelligent crop rotations, and at the same time protecting the environment. This is how we need to think in the future. We are the innovation location #1 in the world. I lead training institutions for the dairy industry. We have the ambition to offer the best training in dairy industry across the world in Bavaria, because we have technology, we have innovation, and we have sustainability. We have the best prerequisites to do it here. So that needs to be the approach, and not a thinking of the past, going back to the past, because we also need to accept the living standards of the past in that case. Thank you very much, Mr. Felsner, for your assessment.
Danke auch für
and thank you for your praise for the EPP, for our paper. Apparently our paper is pretty good.
Minister Navickas, you are the Minister of Agriculture in Lithuania. You were the Minister of the Environment in your country. So you've been both. Perhaps you can tell us a bit from the perspective of your former capacity as Environment Minister and now as Minister for Agriculture, how can we avoid a division between the environmental politicians on the one hand and the agriculture politicians on the other hand? How can we have a holistic approach bridging the gap between these two policy fields?
Even more, I was an environmental activist all my life, so from 18 years old. A lot of stereotypes are in environmental sectors. This is I can mention. A lot of stereotypes about agriculture, and that is, I think, the main barrier to understand each other. So I mean, these two bubbles, I would call. Even farmers live in their own bubbles, but also environmentalists live in the bubble, and that it is what I said. I mean, and at the end we have that policies, in particular, which came from the urban societies, they are becoming competing each other. I think with a deep understanding, when we are talking about sustainable soil, for instance, or crop rotations, or nitrogen capture plants, you know, and also and managing in the way. This is a way to achieve a huge impact towards the mitigation of climate change impact. Secondly, if we are talking about permanent grasslands, you know, it's a matter of the planning, because I mean, if you have a figure, you know, Germany has about like 50 or we have like 24 figure for the permanent grassland. Figure itself, it doesn't reflect to the quality of the, or to the needs of the biodiversity. When we should talk about biodiversity, then it should be not a figure stocks, but should be a special planning works. Then we should talk about habits connectivity. Then we should talk about migration corridors. Then we should talk about protection of surface water. And this is not a figure, it's a planning. Where this should be particular permanent grasslands, it should be along the surface water streams. It should be, as I said, to ensure connectivity of the habitat. That it would be a quality. And if you calculate it, I mean, if you would calculate it and assess in this way, you will discover very, very quickly that this figure, which is like all politicians like figures, it will be much smaller. A smaller figure, smaller target, and this is of course will reduce a conflict which is coming from the agriculture sector. This is my statement. This is my key lesson learned, because it is what I said. It seems that if we are talking about food safety and its pesticides, and it's of course it's a scientific, I mean not scientific but sacred goal, and everyone understands that it's needed. But secondly, we are talking about a butterflies index and birth life index, but these are needed for the same, I mean, measures to achieve the goals is the same. Why we should have different directives on that? One for butterfly, another for the farmlands birds. And this would be not a bad. I mean, it's good to know to have it. But when the European Commission introduced a new indicator, these indicators calculations come from the cap, from the farmers' funds, and that is a bad situation. I mean, we should, if we say that, okay, this is our indicator, this is what we would call healthy biodiversity, healthy rural landscape, that would be a goal. And believe me, it will reduce a lot of pressures. Figures, I mean, how to say, planning instead of figures. That would be the main topic.
Thank you, Minister. Und die letzte Frage geht an Herbert Dorfmann.
My last question goes to Herbert Dorfmann.
Herbert, die Gesetzgebungsvorhaben, die bereits angesprochen worden sind,
the draft legislation that was mentioned, sewer,
nature protection, nature restoration, die jetzt in die entscheidende Phase.
They're going into the
Was
next
aus
phase.
deiner Einschätzung können wir als
What can we do
EVP-Fraktion
as an
realistisch
EPP group
noch zum
realistically? What can
Besseren
we change?
gestalten?
What can we improve
Wo wollt ihr ansetzen
realistically?
als
Where do
Fachleute im
you want to
Agri-Ausschuss?
start as
Und
experts
eine
in the
Frage, die
Agri
ich habe
Committee?
als jemand, der nicht
And one
im
question as
Agrarausschuss ist
somebody
und
who's
sich
not in
nicht
the Agri Committee
viel mit Agrarpolitik
and who's not been
beschäftigt.
dealing a lot with agricultural
Was schon
policy,
auffällig ist,
what is
ist die,
striking is,
aus meiner Sicht,
at least from my
völlige
point of view,
Abwesenheit des
is the
zuständigen
complete
Agrarkommissars
absence of
in
the
dieser Frage.
agricultural commissioner
Denn
in
auf
this
der einen
matter.
Seite haben wir
Because on the one hand,
Gesetzgebung,
we have
die kommt aus
legislation
der Ecke von
coming
dem
from
reizenden Vizepräsidenten Herrn
the
Timmermans,
charming Vice President
unterstützt
Mr.
von Herrn
Timmermans with the
Sinkevičius.
support of
Aber
Mr.
auf der anderen
Sinkevičius,
Seite
but on
muss
the
es ja
other
eine
side,
Stimme für die
there needs to
Landwirtschaft
be a
geben und
voice
das wäre
for
nach meinem
agriculture.
Verständnis
And in
erstmal
my
der
view, it should
Agrarkommissar.
be the agricultural
Wo
commissioner.
steckt der?
Where is
Und was
he?
macht der den
What's he
ganzen
doing?
Tag?
What's he doing all day long?
Vielleicht darf ich die Frage ein bisschen weiter
I may
ziehen.
extend the question
Also
a
ich muss
little
sagen,
bit.
was mich am meisten umtreibt,
So
jetzt, wenn
what
es um Agrarpolitik
bothers
geht,
me
ist,
most
und
in agricultural
ist, dass
policy
ich glaube,
is
also ich wohne selbst im ländlichen
I
Raum,
live in a rural
sehr
area
viel Kontakt
myself.
mit
I have a
ländlicher
lot of
Bevölkerung
contact
und ich
with
sehe im
the local
ländlichen Raum sehr
population,
viele junge,
and I see many
innovative
young,
Menschen,
innovative
die
people
denken
in these rural
nachhaltig,
areas.
die
They
sind
think in
höchst
sustainable
ausgebildet
terms. They're highly
und ich denke,
trained.
die größte Challenge,
And
die
they
wir
think the
haben,
biggest challenge
ist
that
diese
we
jungen
have
Menschen
is that
begeistert für die
these young
Landwirtschaft zu
people,
erhalten.
to keep them
Und wir haben
as
in Europa
enthusiasts
heute
for
eine
agriculture. And
Generationspyramide,
in Europe
wo
we have
diese
a
jungen,
generational
guten
pyramid
Menschen
where these
viele,
young,
viele
good
Chancen
people
haben
have
werden.
many
Sie
opportunities.
werden
They will
nämlich
have many
dringend in vielen
opportunities.
Sektoren
They are
gebraucht.
needed
Und ich
urgently in
glaube,
many
wenn wir
sectors.
Landwirtschaft zukunftsfähig
And
halten wollen,
if
dann
we want to
müssen wir
have a
diese
future for
jungen Menschen
agriculture, we
begeistert
need
für die
to
Landwirtschaft
make
halten
we need
und
to
müssen
keep
sie
them for
damit in der
agriculture,
Landwirtschaft
attract them
halten.
to
Ich glaube
agriculture,
halt,
make
wenn mir
agriculture
diese Menschen
attractive to them.
sagen, ihr
If
macht
these people tell
in
me,
Brüssel
you in
eine
Brussels,
Politik, die
you're
mich
doing a
überzeugt,
policy that
in der
convinces me
Landwirtschaft zu
to
bleiben,
stay
die mir
in
hilft, in der
agriculture and
Landwirtschaft zu
helps
bleiben,
me to
dann haben wir
staying a
einiges richtig
farmer,
gemacht.
then we did some things
Und
right.
ich denke halt, und jetzt komme ich zu
And
deiner
which
Frage,
brings me to
wenn
my
ich mir
question,
ansehe,
when
was wir
I look
derzeit
at
im Agrarausschuss und
what
vor allem im
we have been
Umweltausschuss
discussing
haben,
in
das
the
Ganze
Agricultural
geht ja
Committee and the
zum größten
Environmental
Teil auch über den
Committee, because
Umweltausschuss,
most of this
dann
also
ist
goes
das eben
through the
genau
Environmental
nicht
Committee, it's
der
exactly
Weg,
not
wie man
the
Menschen
right
begeistert
way
hat.
to
Dann ist das genau
rally people.
Diese dauernde Anprangern,
It's
ihr
a
Bauern
constant
seid so blöd,
blaming
dass
of
ihr nicht
farmers.
versteht,
You
was
farmers
richtig
are
wäre, und
so
wir sagen euch
stupid
aus der
that you
Stadt,
don't
was
understand
richtig
what
wäre,
is
weil
right.
wir
We, the
verstehen's
state,
besser.
tell you what
Und
is right
damit
because
wird
we
man
know it
niemanden
better.
begeistern
And you
halten.
cannot
Ich
really
denke, das
attract
Einzige,
people with
oder ich
this
denke, was wir jetzt
narrative.
tun
I
müssen
think
als
the only thing we
EVP,
need to do, the
ist, dass
EPP,
wir einfach mal sagen,
is that we should
genug
say,
ist genug.
that's enough,
Wir
enough
tragen
is
das
enough.
Ganze in dieser Form nicht mehr mit.
So
Auch
we are no
damit
longer supporting
klares
this
Signal nach
approach,
außen zu
sending a
geben.
clear signal to the
Wir haben auch
outside
eine
world.
schlechte Aufteilung
We
der
also
Kompetenzen
have
bei
a
uns im
bad
Haus
distribution
zwischen
of
Agrarausschuss und
competences
Umweltausschuss.
in the House
Der Rat ist
between
ein bisschen
the
besser.
Agricultural
Zum
Committee
Beispiel
and the Environmental Committee. The Council is
Verordnung
just
über
doing a bit better.
Ist
So
im
plant
Rat im
protection
Agri-Fish, bei uns ist
regulation
sie
is in the
ausschließlich oder
Agri-Fish
fast ausschließlich
Committee, in
Umweltausschuss.
Parliament
Ich
it's in
denke,
the
wir müssen da für
Environmental
die
Committee.
Zukunft auch
I think in the
nachdenken,
future
ob
we
wir
also
nicht
need
auch
to
in
think as
uns
to
im
whether
Europäischen
in
Parlament
the
eher
European
so einen
Parliament we should
Ausschuss
not
brauchen, der
also
sich um
need a
Landwirtschaft
committee
und
that
Lebensmittel
deals
kümmert.
with
Wir
agriculture and
müssen da
food.
Teile aus dem
We need to take
Lebensmittelbereich
some parts
in
out
den
of the food
Agrarausschuss
sector into the
rüberholen.
agri-sector or
Das
agri-committee.
wäre dringend
So
notwendig.
that would be urgently
Die Frage,
necessary.
wo ist der
Question, where is the
Landwirtschaftskommissar?
agricultural
Natürlich erleben wir einen
commissioner?
sehr schwachen
Of course, we have a very weak
Wo er
agricultural
ist, weiß ich
commissioner. I
nicht.
don't know where he is. I don't
Aber
know.
die Frage kann ich
But
nicht
I
beantworten.
cannot answer your
Aber
question.
natürlich wäre es in dieser
But
Zeit gut, wenn
in
wir einen
these
Kommissar
times, it
hätten,
would
der
be
die
nice to have
Interessen
a
der Bäuerinnen und
commissioner who
Bauern auch
represents the the interests of farmers more, and also the interests of the rural areas. It's not only about farmers, it's also having a rural area that is attractive, worth living in, and a farm commissioner who is also in charge of rural areas should represent these concerns better than the current one does. Absolutely, I fully agree with you.
Right. Dear EPP friends, we have about 25-30 minutes time, and I would now like to open the panel. Please raise your hands. Many people want to take the floor. I will give the floor first to the chairman of the Agri Committee, Norbert Linz. Please, Norbert, the floor is yours.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank
Thank you very much
die Initiative, dass
also
wir
for
heute
your
über
initiative of being able
Landwirtschaftspolitik
to talk about
sprechen, dass wir so
agricultural
ein
policy here
klasse
today.
Podium
This
vorne
was a great
haben.
panel.
Es sind schon viele Elemente
Many
angesprochen
elements have been
worden, die für
mentioned
die Zukunft der
already,
Landwirtschaft
which are
wichtig
important
ist, und
for
ich
the
glaube, der
future of
Präsident des
agriculture, and
Bauernverbandes hat es sehr
the chairman of the
breit
Farmers
erklärt,
Association
was sind
explained
die
very well
verschiedenen
the various elements that need to be put together at the same time. I would like to add an additional aspect which is important for a circular economy, for decarbonation, for renewable energy, while at the same time ensuring food security and improving biodiversity, and that element is animal husbandry systems. I'm very much concerned about animal husbandry systems in Europe, and even more about animal husbandry system in our own country when I see that the processes I find in many countries are even accelerating more in Germany. Just a few figures: over the past 2 years, we lost 20% of our pigs, 20% of our pigs, from 26 million down to 21 million. Over the past 40 years, we lost almost half of our cattle, from 20 to 11 million cattle cows, and our political forces who say in Europe and in Germany we need to halve the number of animals, even more. So I'd like to know from the podium to what extent animal husbandry systems can make a contribution to the circular economy, decarbonization, and all this in a closed system, in a closed loop. And I think there is too little animal husbandry, and we actually will reach exactly the opposite of what we want to achieve.
I would suggest that we collect a few contributions, and then we'll give the floor at the end to our 4 panelists. I will go from this side to this side and back in ping pong. So the next one here is, first of all, our colleague from the Les Républicains, please.
Thank you. You hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. I was very glad to hear in the early afternoon and also to read in the EPP Vision for Agriculture in Europe resolution that the food security and competitiveness should be the 2 major goals of the future common agricultural policy, as together with the sustainability. So my question is, with regard to these 2 major goals, food security and competitiveness, don't you think that we need to review, to modify and rethink the European Commission farm to fork strategy that, according to several studies and projections, would lead to a decrease on food production in Europe and to enhance the lack of competitiveness of our farmers? Because, of course, we need to produce better, but more and not less, and to export. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To this side, I will now give the floor to Marlene Mortler from Bavaria.
Dankeschön, David.
Thank you, David. I would like to thank you all, and my question goes directly to my president, you, Günther. Over the past years in Germany, many NGOs were set up because they developed a business model, and that's farmer bashing. These NGOs are also helpers of the Greens, or parts of the current coalition, and they are also sitting in the ministries, have found a place in the ministries. But if people were listening to you so carefully as I did, with the 4 key points, which I find absolutely impressive, then these NGOs actually should be falling around your neck. I mean, praising you. Why don't they do that? Why don't they praise you?
Vielen Dank, Marlene. The next on this side is our Vice President, Siegfried Bulesan.
Thank you, David.
And in the meantime, Siegfried, can I once again ask our colleagues to be so kind to continue their important conversations outside? Es kümmert sich jemand, bitte.
So, firstly, David, I think it's very good that we together all understand that while other political forces in Europe do not really make a priority in defending farming rural areas, we as an EPP do, and it's good to see the EPP united in this. I have some very concrete questions. Firstly, what do we do to attract young people to rural areas, to farming, to diversify agriculture, female farmers and so on? Herbert spoke about the importance of it. What do we have to do to make this happen? First question. Second question, how do we make sure that we avoid divisions between the urban areas and the rural areas in terms also of investments, of infrastructure, of opportunities there for young people? And my third and last question is, there was obviously a lot of volatility in agriculture in Europe in the last year. Due to the war in Ukraine, we felt we wouldn't have enough quantities, then there were too much quantities, particularly Central Eastern Europe, negatively affecting farmers there. What are your expectations for the upcoming year in terms of price evolutions, in terms of eventual shortages here, and what can we do at European level to make sure that we bring more predictability to European farmers? Thank you.
Thank you, Siegfried. The next one on this side, bitte sehr.
Ja, Thomas Schmidt, ich bin Staatsminister für Regionalentwicklung im Freistaat Sachsen und Mitglied im Ausschuss der Regionen. Die Session heißt ja eigentlich die EVP als Anwalt für die ländlichen Räume und nicht nur für die Landwirtschaft. Ich bin selbst ja Landwirtschaftsminister gewesen, bin auch Diplom-Agraringenieur vom Beruf her, aber ich möchte einfach darum bitten, das ist gar keine richtige Frage, ich möchte darum bitten, dass wir wirklich die ländlichen Räume auf der einen Seite aber als modernen Zukunftsraum insgesamt verstehen.
Area for the future.
Warum soll
I agree with Herbert Dorfmann. Why should somebody move to a rural area? Why should somebody work in agriculture if we do not make it attractive for people? So we shouldn't always talk about the problems of rural areas, but about the strengths, the opportunities, or the value, the quality of life you find there in rural areas. And if we understand rural areas as a modern area for the future, one important element is modern agriculture, where people are ready to find their future. I know the old system, taking your dung out of the dung out. I don't want to relive that anymore. I want you people to see that as a future opportunity, and this is how we should represent it as the European People's Party, the whole rural area as an opportunity for your young people to stay there.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very
this
much.
Side we have the colleague from Penelé.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate the debate. It is very important that we continue to be perceived as the party of farmers, but also the party of those who guarantee food security. It's very, very important, guarantee food security. I have two technical questions. First of all, do you think that the current crisis reserve in the CAP is enough, considering the current challenges, the war in Ukraine, the drought in some countries? Or do you think that the European Commission should come up with new financial resources in the crisis reserve? And also, I would like to ask if you have an analysis on the impact of the reduction of pesticides on the agriculture sector in your country. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. The lady in the last row, please.
Ja, vielen Dank. Danke, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. I'm from Switzerland, a typical agricultural country. We also have a strong agricultural lobby in the Swiss Parliament, very strong lobby. It's not always easy when we want to solve our problems with the EU in Switzerland. But I'm the daughter of a farmer myself, and I'm pleased of what I heard here of the chairman of the German Association, Farmers Association. I have a specific question. We in the Swiss Parliament, we feel that the economy and the agriculture acting against one another. So on the one hand, we need strong agriculture, but we also need subsidies to subsidize this agriculture. But to do that, we also need a strong economy. So when I see how farmers now in Germany are against the Mercosur free trade agreement, I see difficulties, conflicts, incompatibilities. These conflicts we also have in Switzerland. What do you recommend at EU level? What can we do so that farming and the economy work in the same pace or hand in hand? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Schneider-Schneider. We take a couple of other questions and then we need to finish. I know the next question, your hand has been up for a long time. Last row, please.
Thanks a lot. My name is Duarte from Portugal. I have just 3 comments. First of all, I think our party is the first party in Europe with a former president that was a farmer. So Mr. Daul is an inspiration for all of us, I think, and always good to remember this. Secondly, the rural areas are not only farmers' areas. With the COVID, we found so many people that start working in the countryside for other areas. And I think if you're only talking about the rural areas, about the farmers, it's not fair and it's not clever. I think it's a real important part of it, but it's not the only way to work in the countryside. Third point, normally we are talking about agriculture, and we are fighting with the Greens about sustainability and about agriculture. But we are talking about food, and I think food is the word. And some of these guys who are trying to beat us or trying to reduce production don't understand that our independence is about food. Agriculture is just a way to find food. When we don't have food, it's a big problem. And with this war, we are facing it again. And in the last item, I think EPP was always the political party more closer to the countryside, with the cohesion funds and so on. But nowadays, there's a new generation of people that are working in the countryside, as also in agriculture, because in my country, it's quite fancy to be a new agriculture, doing lots of new quality wine, producing new things. And the new generation is trying to mix, to have not only a farm, to have another job, and cultivate something else that they learned from their parents. So it's also a way to promote the countryside. It's an opportunity to link different activities, having the agriculture as a complementary area for our life. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. François-Xavier Bellamy.
Thank you very much. Just to make a question and maybe an objection at the same time, I fully agree with what you said, that we are the Farmers' Party, but you said very clearly that we have to renew agriculture, and I think we may also have us as politicians to renew the way we promote agriculture. And when we are talking now, for example, tomorrow, about the building of a health union, we are not saying that we are the doctor's party. We are working for health because this is to the benefit to the whole society. Shouldn't we work as EPP to make agriculture what it is, a geopolitical issue, a democratic issue, an issue of sovereignty for Europe, an issue of security for Europe, and work in this sense? Not, of course, leaving the farmers, and Joseph Daul is still a farmer today, by the way, so of course we stand with them, but we have to defend agriculture not for farmers, but for our countries and for Europe as a whole. And I think that makes sense today when we saw what, during the COVID time, what the weaknesses of Europe were, during the Ukraine war, of course, and last but not least, I think we should also integrate in this dimension the fisheries sector, which happens to be also key to our food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roland Winze.
Thank you. In the past month, I had the opportunity to speak with many farmers in my constituency in Romania, and their overwhelming majority said there are too many regulations, there are too many restrictions in the agricultural sector. Even EU funding is not able to compensate. So it might come a moment when we say we give up agriculture, we give up food producing, and then what happens? We speak about food security. We will have to eat, It will be more expensive. It will come from third countries. We will create jobs outside of Europe. So we all tend to agree, actually, with our farmers that there are too many regulations. The Common Agricultural Policy, the Biodiversity Strategy, Farm to Fork, and so on, and now this even new proposal. It is too much, and if we all agree with that, what can we do? Can we exert the right pressure on the Commission, on our colleagues from the left who are more SOFA environmental activists? They don't speak with farmers as we do. Can we say from the Council side, from the Parliament, our political group, and also from the stakeholders, the farmers, stop. That's enough. Let's give time to the farmers to adapt to the already existing challenges and restrictions. Let's give time to them. Let's create a Luft, as you would say here in Munich. Thanks.
Laurent, thank you. And a final contribution, and then I have to hand over to the panelists because we're starting to run out of time. The gentleman, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Emil Boc, and I'm a mayor of Cluj-Napoca city from Romania, Transylvania. So, mulțumesc. I noticed that you know Romanian language. My question is connected with the previous panel about the innovation. So I would like to ask you, what is your opinion about the initiative of Urban Rural Hub of the European Commission? So how can we bring together both advantages from the rural and the urban area together, so to bring the innovation to the rural area and the nature from the rural area to the urban area? So how can we make the new normality as being the union between nature and innovation? That's my question. And the second question is, how can we encourage more the entrepreneurship in the rural area, bringing internet and broadband on the rural area? We know that in towns, 2 out of 3 householders do have internet, high-speed internet, but in the rural area, 1 out of 6, they do have high-speed internet. How can we speed up the process in order to have a better farmer, better products, and better jobs in the rural area? And again, the new normality, the union between nature and innovation in the rural area. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the panelists. We heard a lot of good questions and comments, and you now have the impossible task of trying to answer as many questions as possible in a limited time frame of 3-4 minutes each. We will start, I guess, this time in the reversed order, so we kick off with Herbert Dorfmann.
Ja, danke. Ich bin sehr dankbar, dass
I'm very grateful that our president of the Agriculture Committee mentioned animal husbandry again. Of course, we cannot say that everything is perfect in Europe, of course. And of course, if 3/4 of the proteins need to be imported, 90% of soy, that's not okay. Of course, we need to think as to how we handle this in animal husbandry. But across Europe, we have grassland. I come from a place where more than 90% of agricultural land is grassland and meadows. Even if I don't have any animals, there are 2 possibilities. Either we as people start eating grass, or these areas are superfluous. We don't need them anymore. And the question of animal husbandry, the whole debate, animal husbandry systems show that the discussion about climate change is also being misused ideologically, because the idea is to propagate an ideology of nutrition, saying animal husbandry is bad for the climate, that's why you need to become a vegan or a vegetarian. And we shouldn't accept this equation because it's wrong. Because it's pure ideology.
On the farm to fork strategy, is the strategy still appropriate? I think no. It's a strategy from different times. And the 24th of February of last year changed the times, especially if it comes to agriculture. We are in a different moment of history. And I think some years ago, we spoke a lot also in Brussels, if it came to agriculture policy, about sustainable intensification. And I think this was the right approach, to say we need to be sustainable and intense in the same moment and on the same field. And this needs to be technology-driven, needs to be innovation-driven. In the farm-to-fork strategy, we lost this concept completely. And I think we need to come back to this concept of being sustainable and produce intensively at the same moment. And just one sentence, if you allow, Chair, on the question of Siegfried Muresan asked. I think if a young family normally, or if a young farmer goes or starts his job, normally he or she decides not only to do business somewhere, but to go with his family in a rural area. And I'm very happy and grateful that the Minister mentioned the importance of living rural areas, because I think first and foremost, this family needs the conditions in the rural area. So for sure, he or she needs to earn something with the job, because it's a job and you need to earn. But at the same time, this family needs a school, needs a kindergarten, needs a street, needs a doctor, needs an internet connection, and so on and so forth. And I personally think living in the city or living in the countryside both has pros and cons. But we need to achieve that at the end of the day, the sum of the pros and the cons are at least not worse in the rural areas than in the city.
Okay.
If we achieve it to have it better, even better.
Thank you. Minister, your concluding remarks.
Okay, yeah, it is what you said. There was many good questions, and I like it was a set about youth in the rural area and this interaction, urban and countryside. So it's a situation is or like a nonsense is that when urban people set up in countryside house, they try to copy as many agriculture in the farm. When the rural area people, they would like to copy urban here. So Hubert said very good points, that it's not only conditions we European policy provides, like give some additional scores for the young farmers, to provide a financial instruments. It's not enough, because we are anyway. We are social creatures, and communication is needed. And why people moving from countryside to urban areas? It's because here it's an exchange, not only infrastructure like a kindergarten, but also exchange of the communication. And this and people it's doing. The solution only to be able to how to say to reduce transformance from rural area to urban area. It is to have a lot of to have innovations in agriculture as well. Because if the young farmer would like to start up a farm, he or she already do not have a possibilities to catch a big plot of the land. It should be done in very small piece of the land. It means that innovations like vertical farming, greenhouses or or even another innovation. This would be a solution. Final point. Okay, it's final point. Farm to fork strategy. I think it's also. It has been mentioned that I don't think so. It should be like revise totally. I think it's what it should be. It should be taking into consideration steps which already done, and bit how to say slow down the process towards to more policy coherence. I mean to make the policy more harmonized, and that would be a solution, because many things it's also good for agriculture as well, like crop rotations or these nitrogen caps plants. That things already also good for the agriculture as well.
Thank you, Herr Präsident.
Ja, viele Fragen.
So many questions. Let me start with the question of young people, attracting young people to agriculture. In Germany, particularly in Germany, we have a situation where farmers, agriculture is very much under pressure, under public observation, and we discuss about agriculture differently today than 10 years ago. We talked about wheat prices, milk prices. We no longer talk about prices today. We talk about what we need to produce, what should be produced on farming land, what needs to happen there. Not about prices. So we have a societal debate and farmers feel under pressure. And that's the biggest obstacle for young people to enter agriculture. Not the price situation or the market situation currently, but this lack of recognition by the society. They are constantly being blamed. The work is not being recognized. Young people, when they're 12-year-old, they think of what they want to do as a job. They want to be an ice hockey player, a football player, a doctor, an astronaut. You want to save the world with your job and not be blamed all the time. So that's why it's important that we as a sector should deal with the society that puts the pressure on us, that we open up and that we enter into this, engage in this societal debate, and also why we do agriculture, not only to produce food, but also in the future because we create all the conditions for life of society, food, energy, decarbonization, and protecting resources. All of that. And we need to turn our job into a heroic job. Then we get the recognition. In our association, we are going to talk to young people as of the age of 12 and motivate them to see their future in agriculture. That's for the young people. Open up to society. In recent weeks, I talked very much with our most critical opponents, the critical associations. Marlene, you didn't thank me, but they didn't thank me, but they had difficulties. We only focus on one thing: nature protection, extensification, and not an overall answer, not a holistic answer. And they will not thank me because otherwise they would need a new business model, new ideas. It doesn't work that way. But we need the debate. We need as many co-players in society on our side. On animal husbandry. The two things which we have 50% grassland in Bavaria, there's no other way to use it than with the animals. Vegan and vegetarian food. Did you know that every kilogram of vegan or vegetarian food, for each kilogram of that type of food, for each kilogram of biomass, there will be 3 kilograms of biomass that we don't eat. For wheat, it's not only the corn, but also the rest, the straw. And these 3 kilograms that are not edible biomass that we can either throw away or give to the animals and create additional food. These things need to be clarified, need to be explained. It's not the 26% lands. Much of what we feed the animals with cannot be eaten by people. So this needs to be clarified. We need a sustainable, reasonable system. Secondly, animal husbandry is not bad for the climate. That's one of the main pressure points that this movement is causing. No, every animal is part of a green cycle and not of the black fossil cycle. What we feed withdrew CO2 from the atmosphere before, so we don't add one single additional carbon atom when we do animal husbandry. Zero. Our climate problem is caused by the fossil cycle because no single atom that we release can be bound. So we need to clarify that. Imagine a figure. Each of us has a carbon footprint of about 8 tons. For milk, we use our model 1.2 kilograms, 12 tons of CO2. Each of us who fly, use a car, use plastic of 8, and the cow had 12. So is this model correct? If we have the wrong model, we come to the wrong conclusions. So you need to think of that. So much about animal husbandry. And one very last word, because I've been talking too long. What we need to achieve is that as we as farmers make a business model acceptable together with our society, make clear the society needs farming. We are doing heroic deeds every day because our young people, they don't fail because they don't have enough investments to build a new stable. They leave the whole process even before because there is so much societal pressure. So we need to change the basics, the fundamentals, change these faulty models. That's what we're going to do, telling our narrative, our story to society, and explain why we need and want to do agriculture in the future. Thank you very much.
And the final word is from Minister Vučković, please.
Well, what to say new? Regarding Farm to Fork, it is a good document, and it is particularly, I have to say that on behalf of Croatia, a good document for small and open countries like Croatia, because it promotes local food, and it is good because of the quality we have, and we don't have quantity. We can follow the traceability, and that is the good way for small countries, small open countries, to promote its competitiveness. But, as my colleague Herbert said earlier, we are now living in different times. We couldn't expect what happened. Nobody of us. Geopolitical situation has been changed. And we saw what happens when we depend on energy, on third countries, on countries which not share with us our democratic values and culture. And only few percent of world GDP is in food and energy. But without those few percent, there won't be anything else. So Farm to Fork strategy can be and should be revised as any other strategic document, because this is a new time. Regarding young people, rural economy, opportunities in rural areas, and the fact that rural economy is more than agriculture. Yes, the rural economy is of course more than agriculture, but the agriculture is basis, and the agriculture is most vulnerable one. So we promote diversification in rural areas. We are trying to attract young people, and young people are coming to rural areas. There are a lot of opportunities for diversification, for creating new jobs in rural areas, but agriculture is most vulnerable, and there is specific connection, we can prove it, between agriculture, particularly between small and medium-sized farmers, and cattle sector, between loss of cattle in rural areas and loss of people. I have to say that. And that is the reason why we talk about that today. How to attract young people? We are, of course, we are doing it with financial instruments, with new infrastructure, not only the basic one, because basic one is not enough. We have to promote modern, multifunctional infrastructure, of course, internet with network with big capacities, etc. And we are all doing that, and at the end, finance. We have to finance it more. So agricultural funds are not enough. We have to invest more. We have to move up with our productivity. We have to deal with third countries, and we are for free trade, but on the principle of equal treatment. And that's fair principle for our farmers. What to say at the end? I will try to say, ich freue mich hierbei dir zu sein.
I'm pleased to be here with you.
Meinem Land und unseren Bauern und unseren Fischern zu dienen.
And help our fishermen.
Hvala dobro. These were 90 really interesting minutes on a very important topic. I would like to thank all of you for the participation and your contributions. And especially, of course, I would like to thank all our 4 panelists, and I think we should show them a hands of appreciation. So once again, thank you so much. And without any further ado, I hand over to Thanasis for his concluding remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President McAllister. Thank you, speakers, so much. This was very interesting and a very good panel. So this concludes our sessions for today. I'd like to thank everybody for your time and participation. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Until then, we have a wonderful Bavarian evening prepared for you. Buses are outside waiting for everybody to take you to the location. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much.